that I have at mojoacademy.org. Not all of them. I mean, I don't think you need the books like on numerology, or I don't think you need the book about William Jennings Bryan's last speech, things like that. They're interesting and they're historical. But what we need now is a toolbox, man. We need tools to deal with what's being thrust upon us by people who claim to love us and care of us and have our best interest at heart. Okay. I think you know where I'm going with that. So, I'm not going to get political on this because politics comes and goes. And, anyone over 40 has been here before. We've seen it before, and we knew we'd see it again. And you can't plausibly say that everything is fine and we don't need to do anything. But prepare yourselves mentally and emotionally, because there are people who want to scare you. That's all I want to get across now. Bad things, we don't like when bad things happen, but bad things happen. And that is not to say that bad things don't make us better. The old thing, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I'm not sure I want to be made stronger that way. That's a good swift kick in the groin is not going to make me stronger tomorrow, but so don't do that to me. But what I'm telling you is there's a highly paid industry out there to scare you, and I am here to give you positive energy and hope in terms of reality, which is that the reality is there is a whole industry which is coexistent with politics, which is designed to scare you. So if you're feeling scared, okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to change things that you can't change? Or are you going to change the things that you can change, which are like essentially you? You can change you. See? And then you'll be stronger for that. That's the long way of saying, come on, guys, don't be scared needlessly. Fear is important, by the way. Fear is the emotion that tells us something's wrong. When you're constantly in fear, that's terror, and that's no good. We punish terrorists because terror is no good. Same thing with anger. Anger is good. Anger is the feeling that tells you that you've been mistreated. Constant anger is rage, and that will kill you. It will kill you. So check out certain things, like Reverend Elliott Explains It All. See, I've got things in that book that'll show you how to use meditation techniques to clear the negative energy away from you. There's recordings there at mojoacademy.org for cleansing negative energy. It works. Let me tell you, it works. This is, I think, one of the greatest inventions of modern history was the iPod. I know they're not going to be making them anymore, but there's still music players that you can use. And just put a meditation on that, pop it on your head at night, and go to sleep listening to it. And you'll be amazed at what good stuff it can do. And you can see, I even have the Three Stooges meditation disc at mojoacademy.org. And all these things are there to help. Psycholaxation. Now that was a recording. Could you imagine? That was a record from 1955 as a guided meditation, possibly one of the first ones. You'd have to put what we would call the hi-fi right near the bed in those days. Now you can just pop earbuds on and listen to psycholaxation. These are all things that will help you. And that's why I mentioned mojoacademy.org. Like I said, in times like these, I'm torn between not wanting to do any hard pressure sales technique stuff, which I don't do anyway. But there are things there that will change your life. That was the reason that we started Mojo Brothers Publishing. There are things there that will change your life. And among them will be those things like the Three Stooges meditation. It's a Shemp meditation disc. I know it sounds silly, but it works. It's been around since the 70s and was an underground cassette, and you can get a CD of it and get that audio out and put it into your player. Psycholaxation, that has helped me beautifully. I have chakra meditations there that will clear your negative energy because, folks, negative energy is coming at you like a tidal wave right now. And they're counting on it. They're running negative energy and negative stuff on television constantly to get you to be messed up. Don't allow it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and get to the tarot readings, which is why we're here. But I'm doing this because this environment of fear, anger, rage, deliberately foisted upon us by people who make money. They do it for money to hurt people. We got to bring an end to this. And I want you all to take responsibility for cleansing your own mind and spirit of the negative, ugly energies that highly paid people are putting there. Let me tell you something, because I've done it. I opened up by saying I had my first gin and tonic of the summer today. You don't, just please trust me on this. You do not want to sit down in a bar and have drinks with news people, because your anger level and your blood pressure will rise. They are not what you think they are. They're not Walter Cronkite sitting in a room just giving you the news. These are these are like pushers of fear. And they know it and they like it. I'll be happy to talk to any of you off the air about this if you want to. I mean, quite seriously. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. Anybody wants to get in touch with me about any of this, you just drop me a line. Also, if you want a free tarot mini reading, that's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience. Drop me a line there. asktarot @earthlink.net. I've been shuffling up the cards, you see. And it won't help because the cards are going to show that these are times of change and negativity. But we're going to deal with it on an individual level. There goes my throat. Hang on. There we are. The golden throat is back. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and we're going to get to our first reading. Draw back the curtain on the magical window for Angela in Brooklyn. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellow New Yorker?
Oh, I guess I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make it better. It is tiring, you know. I mean, we keep hearing about how horrible things are in New York now, and we're here, you know. But I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, things have been better, but I don't think of it as horrible. I don't know. So
no, I don't think of it as horrible either. I love New York. So.
Yeah, you know, the people outside of New York, a lot of people, they still think that Death Wish was what New York was really like. You know, even back then, New York wasn't like that, you know.
I still love going in the city. I mean, it's coming back, and I'm really happy that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, we have a few nuts around, but for a city of 8.5 million people, goodness, you know.
But they were always there.
Yes, they were. So, Angela, what can I look at for you?
Well, since my husband's been gone a few years, and right now, financially, I'm kind of struggling, but I have my house, and I have an apartment that I was renting, a co-op, and I'm in the process of selling it, but it's a lot of problems with the real estate. It's been a disaster, and I just hope it's going to end soon without me going, you know, making a little bit of a profit, but I'm having a very hard time in, you know, trusting the real estate guy, and I hope it ends soon because financially I need it to end.
Yeah, well, I tell you, while you started talking, before you told me what was on your mind, the first card I got was the King of Coins, which is about money, which is about mastering money and dealing with money. So I could see that was the issue. There's also sadness involved. I guess that relates to the loss of your husband because I have the 9 of Swords here. So there's still a lot of sadness going on around that, and there always will be, I'm sure.
And then I have family issues. You know, family makes me crazy and stuff.
Oh well, that's kind of
normal.
I know. I actually fired my family long ago. You know, so I did. I said right out. You know, so genetics doesn't give you a special privilege to abuse me, folks. So
well, they do anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you, there's changes coming. That's the Wheel of Fortune. There's changes coming your way, and they're going to be good changes because the next card is the Eight of Cups, and that is a card of a person who gets from where she is, to something, and leaves something that isn't working, which is where you are, and is going to something better. So you're working on improving yourself, and I see that it's going to pay off because the next card is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of satisfaction and enjoyment. It's also a card that is a person who knows how to enjoy life. There's a warning in that card that people may be envious of you because of that you're going to live well. And there's the Ace of Cups too. So the two things these are very good cards here. The two things that are most important to you are financial but emotional. I mean, you're not one of these people who's going to do anything for money. That it has to feel right for you, and you're going to get that. You're going to do that. In fact, I've got the Ten of Cups, which is a great card of happiness and joy. So you will come through this okay. It's one of the quirks of inflation is that real estate gets to bring in more money than it would ordinarily. It's one of those strange things. That's why when inflation starts coming, it looks like a good time at first. It's because because there's a lot of money around, and there was a lot of money being spent. So there's still a chance that things will work out well for you. In fact, I have a card here which is the Six of Rods, which is great success and triumph. So I do think that things are going to work out really well for you.
And what about emotionally and all that? I mean, I do get busy. I do have friends and stuff, but I'm still kind of stuck.
Well, there's nothing you can do except understand that it's the way of life. When we outlive somebody who was that close to us, it's not fair. You know what I mean? That's about it. But the Ace of Cups is here, which is a rebirth of emotional stuff. The aces are beginnings, and the cups are joy and happiness and affairs of the heart. And so it's telling me that this is the best of all of them. This is the same thing on steroids. It is the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth. So I think you're going to come through okay. Let me just shuffle it up one more and get one more card.
Okay.
And see if that adds anything to it, because it's a boringly happy reading, So let's see what we get here. This probably relates to the real estate thing. It's the Three of Rods, and that is about you in partnership with somebody else are waiting for the results to happen, and the results will happen. The results will come in.
Okay.
So hang in there, and remember, if you don't feel right about a professional who's working on your behalf, speak to that person and consider finding somebody else. This is because this is a time of this is a time when people who have assets have a little bit more power than usual. Like if you're one of those lucky people who has some cash to deal with, you'll get better interest rates now. That's a byproduct of inflation, and you gotta take it where you get it, right? But I think you're going to come out of this okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, which we're going to do right now for Donna in Del City, Oklahoma. Hi, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, my goodness. Everything helps.
Was there anything in particular you want to look at?
Maybe just, no, not really.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I have a card here that is a card of somebody who feels stuck and is not moving and not going anywhere. Is that what you're feeling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I said it tonight. Yes, I did.
That's the Eight of Swords.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a circle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if we can take a look at what that's all about, because I do see better times coming for you, and coming soon, I might add, because that's the Eight of Rods. That means whatever's coming your way is in motion now. I this is vague, but it says, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, did something happened that made you sad recently?
Oh gosh, yes.
Okay, well,
yeah.
because I've got,
yeah.
I have this. You don't have to tell me more than you want to. You know, what I mean? If you don't want to go into detail, that's absolutely fine. But I'm seeing that you're feeling stuck, which you confirmed. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness, and I don't want to go into more than that, because you know what it means. You know what I'm talking about. You know why you're feeling sad, and if you don't want to go into it, I certainly am not going to force you to go into that in front of all these people. But I do see the situation changing and getting better for you, and sooner than you think. Not right away, but sooner than you think.
You're blowing my mind, because everything you're hitting right on the head. Right on the head. Yes.
Is there a legal matter in your life right now?
Yes, but I can't get anywhere with it. I had a daughter that was in an accident and killed, and I don't know. I wasn't told what happened. I was told she was in an accident and didn't survive, but she was hit by a train, and I never identified the body. Or I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I've got cards that indicate both a legal issue and sadness. So now what you I was going to ask you about the sad part, but you just told us. So. Yeah, these are all the things. The cards are showing me exactly what's on your mind, and the cards are showing me exactly what the issues are. Now, that doesn't really help, because let's see if we can shuffle them up and see what it's going to be like in the near future here. See if we can get some kind of idea about where this is leading you. This is the thing about tarot, which is just astounding to me. As many years as I've been doing this, which is about 42,000 years in human years, it never ceases to amaze me how these cards can get right to what's going on. Okay, now again, I shuffled up the cards. You heard them, but I've got still the Nine of Swords, which is the card of great sadness, and the Judgment card. That's why I asked about the law. These cards came back. And then I have another one for you, which is about the Judgment card is about getting what you deserve. It's getting what belongs to you. It's getting what you merit. And the Temperance card is here. The Temperance card is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the Ten of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the Judgment and Justice cards are pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. It's amazing to me how tarot goes right to the heart of what's going on. Now, if it doesn't, if because every time I ask the question, like, did you have a loss recently? I'm making an inference from the cards that I pull, but I'm always prepared for it to be wrong. It rarely is wrong. And that's not me. That's not, look what a great tarot reader I am. No. That is such a trap in the esoteric world, when the magician starts to take credit for the work. but it's not. We work the system. In fact, if you remember the stories, if you remember your Bible stories, this is why Moses was denied entry into the Promised Land. Could you imagine wandering around for all these years and not getting allowed in because he did something? He claimed credit for a miracle that he didn't do. And he needed to be brought down a peg for that one. And that's why he was denied entry in the Promised Land. Courtney in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good. Anything special you want to look at? Or should I just look through the cards and see what shows up?
I kind of wanted to talk about like my past life. I've always felt really connected to Marilyn Monroe, and I don't know if there's actually something there. So if we could tap into that.
I had an interesting experience with Arthur Miller, to whom she was married for a while. That was a weird experience. There was a guy who, I'll tell you briefly, there was a guy who was famous in the 1960s who by the 1990s, he had a lot of weird ideas, but he was a fascinating guy. He made a lot of things happen. And I introduced him to a literary agent, and we were sitting in a restaurant having lunch, and he used to get up and walk out of the restaurant, and it's because next door was an off-track betting parlor, which we used to have in New York. Only New York City could run a bookie joint and blow it and ruin it. So they had to be shut down. But he was a little bit of an overpowering personality, this man. And he could inflate his ego a bit. And one of the times he left the restaurant to go to check on his bets, the agent turned to me and says, who does he think he is, Arthur Miller? And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
Which is this kind of stuff that happened around this guy all the time. So, hey, what can I tell you? This is, if you feel a connection, it can be real. Now, what I can do is look at some stuff for you.
I'm also a medium,
excellent.
and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to like everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3 loves in my life. I'm very young. I could say 24, but I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. I just being a medium, I've never been able to read myself unless I'm talking to someone else.
There's an image in Buddhism about lifetimes. Like how many lifetimes how long do we have to do this? And the image is this. Picture a huge mountain like the size of Mount Everest, right? Yeah. And a bird flies by Mount Everest with a piece of silk in its beak. And the piece of silk brushes against the top of Mount Everest. And that bird flies by once a year. The amount of time we need is the amount of time it takes that bird with the silk to wear the mountain down.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, it's in Hinduism, of course, they deal in hundreds of thousands of year installments, kalpas and things like that. Have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times, worked with them. A few times, though, I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from, being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out. But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October I got out. So, and it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but.
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely. So,
you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes. And I have those too when I've done past life regressions. I've seen images of, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware.
Yeah.
That's a good sign. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there is a book that my company reprinted called How I Discovered My Mediumship. And it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet she gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium, in fact.
I'm actually able to pick up on people's health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye or your right knee or your shoulder or your back pain or your stomach, like even your heart. Like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
her comrade too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be you might just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prisons.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have. From this life, even because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, but I would recommend because you do see. I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that. Yeah. You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, So give it a shot.
Through my hospitalization.
It may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here, just let me leave you with this since I'm here for tarot. There's a 4 of Cups is the card I get for you. And that is a card that shows a person looking at 3 cups, and there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend the Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But How I Discovered My Mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all three cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The 10 of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading. But
right.
It does look like this is a decent option. Because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that, it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do. Okay. Right. Because, financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man, because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is we're looking at more lofty things here, which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there are changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, Or they'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, I'm so scared. What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but now don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi there. Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying some sunshine today. And it's Eleanor Grace. I'm with you here today for our Psychic Destiny show. And we're going to be doing some live readings. I'm using my cards here. Now, these are the Rider-Waite Tarot. And I use these really to get a great psychic link with all of my callers and my crystal ball here as well, of course. This is always a perfect way to really gain that connection. And it's a strong connection that we're wanting to get those messages coming through from Spirit, to really hear what that information is, what that psychic connection is going to mean to you. And of course, that's so important, isn't it? Having that wonderful trajectory of what is going to happen next in your life? Which way are you going to go? Are you facing a crossroads? Do you know which way to turn? And who is going to be that most important person to you? And that's always what we want to know. You know, who is it that really cares for us, that is our partner, that loves us as well, that can take us forward into the future, and that we can look back, of course. You know, some people find it very difficult to be loved, don't they? They just want to be isolated and perhaps on their own. Well, this is a time where now we can take a few peeks into the crystal ball. I will guide you straight into the center here of the crystal. That's where I go to. That's my go-to space. And when we're there, I really like to look in depth into that space in the center and see what is happening, see whether you perhaps are in an isolated space, whether you're going to welcome Spirit to you. Let's see if we can see some initials around the people who may mean so much to you, and perhaps we'll get a name as well. Your guides often come through with the crystal because we're using a heightened level of quartz crystal, which is imbued here with Reiki enhancements and psychic powers. So when we connect using the crystal, it is a similar effect to when we are with you in person, when we can hold your hand, when I can see you and see exactly who you are and what you look like. On this show, I can hear your voice, and we're in different countries, many thousands of miles away from each other, and yet we can still make that connection. So we're going to go to Laurel now in Burlington, Wisconsin. Hello, Laurel. You are through to Eleanor Grace. How are you, Laurel, today?
I'm so great. How are you?
Yes, very good. I'm here in London, in the United Kingdom, so in England, in fact. So I'm now going to take a couple of cards here for you, Laurel, and just see what comes through, what comes straight through out of the deck. Well, we've got this card here. Now, this is the Seven of Swords. It's all about facing your fears, putting down some of those worries and concerns in the face of adversity. So you will have received, quite a lot of adverse situations in your life currently. So things may have been difficult. You may have found some obstacles around you. You may also have found that friends haven't been particularly receptive to you and haven't been reciprocating really with everything that you've wanted them to do. Work colleagues, again, could have been testy. However, you are going to prove everybody wrong because, Laurel, you are going to be successful in the face of all of this adversity that is around you. You're going to put your burdens down here because you've got this 10 of swords. So, everything's just flopping down. Do you feel as though you have been sort of stabbed in the back a little bit? Do you feel as though other people haven't been that kind towards you or that considerate towards you? What's been going on recently? Do you feel as though that's been something that you've had to sort of really think about?
Maybe not necessarily for my personal life, but for a loved one, yes.
Right. So that can be very interesting when that happens because it means that you're so linked to that person that you are actually energizing and bringing forward his worries and his concerns. So that or that person's concerns. So is that a man? Is that a partner that you're thinking about?
It's a man, but not a partner.
Okay,
a son.
All right. Oh, your son. Okay, so what is it then with a partner? Because I just want to go to a partner, a man who perhaps is part of this. It's part of this deal because you're putting burdens down here and you're making a difference. You're really making a difference, Laurel, to the way that you want to live your life going forward. And you will understand that because I've seen here in your crystal that there's a new pathway for you, that you're jumping into new beginnings, that you can't do anything other than make those changes. Your son is, I think, perhaps in a difficult situation, but only because of his journey. The worry and concern is minimal because you have success in the face of adversity. So when you have got all of these difficult situations, these adverse problems that are around you, you can do nothing other than your best. And that's what you have done. So I think that this is temporary. I think that you will be in a position here where nothing is going to be so bad or so difficult. And I think also that you really do need now to consider your own position within all of this, within all of this situation. I just feel that success is at your fingertips and you are going to move on because you're moving on here. You're getting on with life and you're getting on with work in particular. Are you working? Are you, Laurel?
I am, yes. Yes, I am. I have a new business that I am not quietly launching, but launching, and I've just felt very excited about it, but yet don't want to get too excited about it for fear that I may not be successful.
I think you will be successful, but I do think that you've got to watch out for some people who may stab you in the back, who, may be difficult, may be envious of your enthusiasm, your excitement, which is justified and totally genuine, and I get that for yourself. But I just want you to be careful because I think you may be too open, too generous, too giving, too trusting, really, of others. And this is a time where you have got to be very quiet about what you're doing because success is yours. You're achieving it. You've got the world here. You've got literally the world in your hand. And you can see all of the potential, all of those possibilities. And they're great. But you have adverse conditions that you will have to negotiate first of all. And you can do that. You're clever enough, you're brave enough, you're strong enough to do all of those things. But your cards are saying to you, don't be too trusting and don't be overwhelmed by negativity because it is coming your way. Although I think that you probably had a bit of that already because it's difficult to launch a new product or a new business. It's really hard work. And I think that you just want to take yourself away a little bit, Laurel, and literally sort of have a break, get some peace and quiet around you. And that's what I'm feeling here. Looking into the crystal as well. This is important now, your crystal ball here, because what I'm seeing is, really quite distinctive pathways that are here for you. Spirit are also with you as well. Do you have a Mary, Maria? There is somebody with that name that is either in your life in spirit or is coming around you, but I do feel that that's very strong. Do you know that person?
My
Laurel?
grandmother's name was Mary. My grandmother's name was Mary.
Okay. So Mary is the first word that I said to you. Mary, she's with you. Do you know what? Laurel, she's shining bright lights towards you. Now, what is it that I can see? It's just like leaves. It must be a logo or something of yours. It's very, very clear here. Like two little diamonds, but they're in the shape of a leaf or in the shape of a tree. There's all like little particles. So earrings, there must be earrings that are coming to you. Did she leave you some earrings? I can't see them now. They've gone. Here we are. There they are there again. Definitely from Mary. It's a bit like fireworks, sort of a great big constellation of light in the sky. So you must look at the sky. Do you? Do you look at the stars? Do you?
Yes, for sure. Yes. Yes.
Here. Has he been under the weather? Has he been feeling sort of very overwhelmed with life? That's what I want to say, sort of just very overwhelmed with life. Is that what's been going on with him?
With my son? Hello?
Okay. Well, what I feel is that you need to be considerate now, be considerate of your situation and really sort of concentrate on everything that is powerful and possible for you. So I do feel that this is a very different situation to what you Okay, hello there. Right, we're back. I think that we just sort of lost the screen a little bit. Laurel, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Hello, hi. We just lost our connection. It's a long way, isn't it, from...
It sure is.
It sure is. Okay, so I was really talking to you about how I feel that Mary is sending you these lights. Sometimes when that happens, it was so powerful. I was looking into the crystal. I could see these diamonds in the crystal, and they were like earrings. Do you have diamond earrings that are sort of leaf-shaped or like little shapes all around, several different pear-shaped type diamonds? Is that something that you own, or did your grandmother have?
I don't own any diamond ear. I don't know.
Do you know they're there? They're coming to you. I feel so strongly that she's sending them to you. But diamonds are very important when they're coming through from Spirit as a message, because it's meaning that you will have great sparkles in your life, great success, and that's there for you for your business. But I want you to think about diamonds as well. and that image, those images that I've given to you for your business, for a logo, for something that you can use because it's bright and sparkly. So I think that's the message. And fireworks are here as well from Mary. So I think she really wants you to look into the stars in the sky. I think she really wants to make that connection with you. And that is something that I feel you are going to do very successfully. So I wish you well, because she's bringing so much love to you and telling you to not be worried, not be concerned. Now, your son, I was asking the question before we lost the link there, as whether he'd been unwell or very overwhelmed. Is that true? Is that something that's happened?
Yes, both.
Okay, so you're advocating for him at the moment, aren't you? You are really taking some difficult questions and really sort of making other people respond to you. Remember what I said right at the beginning of your reading, which is true for you in this situation, and that is success in the face of adversity. So when do not be concerned, because you're not going to lose. And I want you to really keep that very much in your mind. So your business venture, is this going to be enabling you to move? I've got a lot of movement here, and it's sort of country roads, but they're going up and down, up and down. So there's a long, long road here, and that's the message that you're being given as well. So it's a long journey that you're going to take. So this business will be successful over a long period of time, but I do feel as though travel and movement is part of it. So what is your business mainly concerning? Because I've got beautiful things, long journeys and travel associated to your next phase. This is what's coming into your life, Laurel.
Interesting.
So what is your business? What is your business proposition?
So it is selling beauty and wellness products.
Oh, it is? Okay. Right. Well, that's beauty and the well-being, which is around you anyway. But it does seem to be taking a different pathway. So don't be concerned if you've got to sort of try and chop and change and take on a different sort of product or make a different product. That, I feel, is perhaps where you should go, and the route that you should take, and the place that you should sort of really consider to be the next one for you. So it really is very, very powerful, very positive there, I think, for you. Will you be moving? Will you be crossing over either a state line or going more into a different location with this business? Is this a plan, a longer term plan, even a different country, I think?
It's all done. It's all on, just social selling. So I sell on social media. Yes, a global company, but no, I don't see myself moving anytime in the next 10 years.
Well, the movement is going all different roads. So that's expansion for you. Remember the card that I drew for you as well, which was you're holding the world in your hand. So this is about the world and the expansion, the global connections, as we all have now. And hence my call here being enabled with you, which wouldn't have been possible many years ago. So, Laurel, I'm giving you your grandmother with lots of hugs and kisses. She wants to give you that and to tell you not to worry. And remember, you will be successful in that face of adversity. So you'll have to fight. You will, but you would do anyway, because businesses that are successful really need every effort and every encouragement in them. So I wish you well. And thank you for joining us on A1R Psychic show here today,
so much.
Psychic Radio. That's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Best of luck now, Laurel. And I'm through to Alison. Hello, Alison. Are you there? Are you on the line, Alison?
Yes, I'm here, Eleanor.
How are you?
Hello, I'm good. Being able to get these connections right this evening, it just seems, I'm in the evening here in London, by the way, and I know that you're in the afternoon there. So, Alison, let me have a little look at you. Now, first of all, Alison, we have got spirit that are pretty strong here today. We've had lots of spirit come through during the show. I have just identified one lady who I could name for the previous caller, but I do want to look very powerfully into your crystal here, mainly because I've got some pure quartz going on today, and I've got a platform, and you can perhaps just see some of those wonderful bright lights that are all around your heart. So it's love that I want to connect with you, and that love interest as well, Alison, that I feel is so strong, because I've got your heart that's pounding and beating here that I can see in the crystal. It's strong, it's good, it's well, but you may have had some worries about blood pressure or heart chakra, or literally feeling out of breath. You know, there's some stress that's certainly been around you that shouldn't be there. So we are going to try and remove that in this session today. So really trying to allow you to feel that well-being is very, very important. So I do feel now that you're taking 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. I've got 4 steps that are around you here, and they are, I think, taking you into a time scale, because we've got the clock. The clock is on the wall in your crystal, and if you can see it, I'm looking here right into the center, and you probably won't, well, you certainly won't be able to see what I can see, but really do try, when you look at this video again, really try to look into that center of the crystal. You'll see a blue aurora light, which is very powerful. This is around your heart. So you are being brought love and consistency and apologies as well. There are people who I feel, Alison, who've been negative in your life, but they are very sorry for lots of things. However, you've got that strong heart and you're persevering, your heart is beating, and you are feeling very, very positive. Now, I've got a man here in spirit. It's got a G around his name. I'm sure it's Georgie. And a uniform as well. So this is a person who goes back along, very straightforward. You know, he was very erect, very straight, and standing straight. So he's marching towards you, which is lovely. And I do have 2 ladies as well who are really wanting to say to you that they visited you. I've got a V for Victoria, whether that's her name or not, I'm not sure, but it's a definite V that I'm being given here. Alison, do you recognize the souls in spirit that I'm talking about? I want to make sure that they're for you, my darling.
Well, yes, the person in the uniform, I'm not sure about the G, but I'm thinking possibly my dad.
Okay. What was his name, just out of interest? Because there's lots of names being thrown at me at the moment from spirit. And that's
his name was Anthony Francis.
Okay, so it's Anthony. When you speak to your family, just ask your family, who was George next to him? Because it must have been somebody that was important to him, because he's promoting you. When a father comes through, they often will be dad or father, you know, and not, I won't be able to connect their name. Doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes that happens. But that name of George was very prominent being shouted out. Now, who is Victoria? Do you know a V or Victoria at all?
I do not. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay, well, it must be victory then. Often that's a word that's associated with people in uniform, and of course, here in the UK we have the Victoria Cross as well. Very, very prominent medal. So I am guessing, because I've got that connection, that Anthony, your father, was very important in his role, in his uniform. Was he?
I think that just that time played an important part in his life.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think he made a difference, you know. He made a difference. And I think you do too, in your personality too. I think that you can really show the way. You show other people what to do, how to get there, and really how to, I think, make a command, you know, sort of command your presence. It's about your presence. That's what I am seeing here. And it's lovely, this strong personality that I feel is really forceful. So you're taking on a role. That's what's happening next. It's either a new project, new job, or just something new that you want to start. But you will be finding that it's very powerful and very successful. Your heart here then. So are you involved in a relationship now? Do you feel as though you've just been smothered in love because I've got love coming all around you and your heart being protected? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I've been in a marriage for 35 years and I do feel loved and protected. So.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, really. It's all around you. This love is coming in, and you've got this blue light. It's like an aurora, which is those wonderful bright lights in the sky that we get, the northern lights, and that seems to be all around you. So it's part of what you're feeling at the moment, and you're being given protection as well in your heart chakra. So that's very important. It's a really strong position for you. And I feel, Alison, that this is very, very important. I've just been just given a hint here from my producer that you are living in a town called Aurora. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
There you go. So we've given you that. Spirit have come through. Your father's come through and said, well, I can see Aurora. So this is your protection around you. That's funny, isn't it? Sometimes it just takes a little bit of working out to find out exactly what it is that Spirit are wanting to say. So I'm pleased that we've got that through, because we had Mary earlier for our first caller, and we've now got your father telling you about the town that you live in, which is Aurora, and this celebration of love. Now, have you had any stress here, heart, blood pressure, anything like that spiking? If you have, or if you're feeling a bit out of breath, bit sort of overly concerned, then your father is saying to you, do not be worried. What was it about the wheelbarrow with him? Did he do lots of gardens, or are you doing a garden at the moment? You're digging up lots of earth and planting things. Is that something that you're up to right now?
Yes, that's something that I'm currently doing.
Is it? Okay. Yep. Well, it's with you. It's watching you do it. That's so funny. That's really so funny. I think he just wanted to give you that little bit of evidence to say, look, I'm here. I'm here. It's Anthony. I'm your dad. I'm here. And George is with him too. Ask your family and friends.
I will.
Find out who he is. It's been wonderful speaking to you. We're coming right to the end of our show now, but that's wonderful. Congratulations on getting that message from your father, and I'm wishing you well. So there we are, guys. I mean, it's been an odd sort of show. We had a bit of a break in communication, but the communication has been amazingly strong from Spirit. So I've been Eleanor Grace, and I will see you same time next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Divine Heart Channeling with Ivana Botic. Search Divine Heart Channeling on Facebook and all other social media. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Heart Channel on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my beautiful souls and my beautiful starseeds. It's good to be back again. So before we start, I would like to tell you again a little bit more about Akash if you forget about it, because the Guardians want me to remind you, and the reason why they want me to remind you is I got an amazing question, just the way you should ask when we are talking about the Akash records. The Guardians also wanted me to start with another thing, and that's a new moon in Taurus that we have tonight. And why they want us to bring the new moon is because we've been through some turbulent energies a couple of months, let's say like that, and finally it's calming down and it's going into stability and things are finally coming back to place, which is amazing. And they wanted me to tell you about the new moon just a little bit, because the question I got, it's really amazing, and you're going to see what I'm talking about right now. So the question is, when I feel that I'm in a higher vibrations, how can I maintain that kind of vibrations and do not let lower one get me or pull me down back to their own lower vibrations? So the Guardians of the Akash, first thing that was like popping out like loud from them is to love yourself. First thing and the most important thing is to love yourself. The next thing that you could have for yourself is compassion. Compassion for yourself, compassion for the work you've done, because you've done a lot of work to get where you are. It wasn't easy path, but you made it. And that's like what they are showing me. It's like big applause, because they know how much you need to work on it to go into high vibration when you are surrounded by the chaos and everything that's lowering you and try to pull you down and not giving you a chance or anything to go up and be your true self. Another thing that we always like ask ourselves when people tell us, oh, your vibration is high, how can I stay, or your vibration is low? But no one is talking about, let's say, real life, when we are surrounded by the real people, real places, real lower energies and vibrations that we feel in our bodies, in our system. No one is going to tell you how you can, let's say, overcome that. They're going to be like, just go meditate or just go for a walk or wherever. But you will find yourself, it's going to be like a colleague or a family member or a friend. It depends. But somehow you have to have connections with those people. And even those places, we can sense the energies and vibrations of the places. So one of the steps you can do to maintain your high vibration is to try to put yourself in the heart space in that moment, if you are able to do it. And why they are saying that? Because when you go to your heart space, you're going into your place of love, your sweet spot, your safe spot, let's say like that. And when you're in your heart space, you try to imagine or visualize the golden shield around you, around your energy field. Try to imagine it as golden and shiny as you can. And nothing can go through it, because it's your shield. It's your reality. It's your energy field that you are protecting. Another thing like another step that you can do if you are not able in that moment to go, like to slow down a little bit, to go into heart space, because people are going to be like, why are you so silent? We are talking right now. Why are you not saying anything and stuff like that? The other thing you can do is to tell yourself, like really to tell yourself in your mind that that's not your bag to take it. And it's not yours to carry it. Leave it. It's not yours. Just tell yourself and be like really specific, like you are telling to someone else, this is not mine and I don't want to take it. It needs practice. It needs a little bit of consistency, but trust me, you're going to make it in a couple of tries. And also the guardians, it's like they're showing me like really, really important thing is to remember and always remind yourself of how much work you have put to be where you are. Because no one sees what's behind the curtains. No one sees how much have you done for yourself. They see that you are different. They're going to be like, oh, you changed. You're not the same. And that's a good thing. Everything's changed. Every single moment, everything's changed. And if some people stay the same, it's their choice. You cannot do anything about it. So don't forget to remind yourself of how much work you have done and how much, someone will say sacrifice. It's not sacrifice. It's more like willing time that you gave to get better tomorrow for yourself, to live the life you desire, and to be really happy in the moment, to be happy with yourself, to find your place where you're going to shine. It's a lot of work to go there, to go through all the work, all the shadow work, all the, sometimes in tears with your own self when you're sitting and like going through some hard memories that you went through, but you're learning from them. You're not holding on them like, this is something I'm going to be taking like excuse for my behavior. It's something I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to see, why did I do that? And what can I learn from this? Can I go and do differently in the next situation when I find myself that's almost the same? That's the work we all have to do if we want to have like a high vibrations and see the world truly the way it is, the way it is, and it's beautiful. I hope this resonates with you and I answered your questions. And thank you so much. And this is the amazing question. You see, because the guardians are not going to answer us with yes, no, because we are seeking their guidance. We are seeking their understanding and love. And with simple yes or no, we cannot get that. And they want us to see that we really want to work on ourselves, because they know we can, but they want to just see it and feel it. And when we do that, we get rewarded. So don't forget that. Also, another thing that I want to tell you guys is I was thinking about, I was more guided than thinking, just of doing some kind of free masterclass for manifestation. So if you are interested, let me know, send me private messages, or you can even write me the comments. We can talk about it. How would you like it to be? But the guardians want me to tell you that we could do I could teach you a lot of tools. I can channel a lot of their, let's say, secrets for manifesting, but not only for this moment, like one-time manifestation, but long-time, like lifetime manifestation tools. So you can really live that life you desire. Also, they want me to share with you that we're going to do some kind of DNA activations. We're going to do healings, meditations, and all that in that little mini masterclass, let's call it like that. And also, what we're going to do through that masterclass is we're going to change our mindset and the way we talk and the way we use some words. For example, as I said, some shows, it's not a problem. It's the situations. It's like an example, how can we change how we use words and what they mean for us. So if that's something you are interested in, let me know. I will be more than glad to create something for you guys to make all the channeling and guidance and everything through the Akash. So thank you so much, guys, for this amazing opportunity to be with you and to tell you and to teach you. I hope to see you next week with some another fun facts and some teachings and some questions you have. Now you see how can you ask the guardians for some clarifications and some guidance. And thank you so much for this. Hope to see you next week. Okay, guys. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. I am LJ, and this is Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls, but as they are queuing up, I thought I'd do a quick reading for someone out there who needs to hear it. This 3-card spread is from the Osho Zen Tarot. This deck's artistry is based on Buddhism, but it is formatted like a traditional tarot deck. The imagery is beautifully rendered. So here we go. In the past position, we have nothingness, in which in the traditional tarot is going to be the high priest. And nothingness is depicted as a plain black space. And the secret to this card and the joy of this card is that this is about creation and manifestation. What you think about and where you invest your feelings is what's going to manifest. And in the present position, we have friendliness, which in the traditional tarot is the 2 of Cups. And friendliness depicts 2 different trees growing together, sharing root space. Their branches and leaves are intertwined, yet they are still 2 separate trees. And the secret to this card is it's about how people relate to one another without taking ownership or setting boundaries on the experience. And then in the future position, we have understanding, which in the traditional tarot is the Page of Cups. And this card is depicting a bird in the bird cage and the door is open. And so with this particular card, really what the secret is that this cage is of the bird's own creation. And this door has always been open. So the bird is ready to fly free and all things are possible. And I see we have a caller. Hello. I believe that was Rosalind in Richmond. How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you. How can I help you?
I just would like anything to come to mind.
Okay. Well, I can put down a general spread. It will take most of our time, but we should be able to get one additional question in after that if that works for you.
Okay.
Okay, and one more. So So this general spread that I'm putting down is called an auric reading. And literally it just reads everything that's in your aura. And so we're going to start with the first card down. And the first card is security. And we're coming up with the Five of Swords reversed. In clarity, we have the Magician reversed. In will and vision, we have the Six of Pentacles reversed and the Ten of Swords reversed. In the heart, we have the Eight of Pentacles reversed. In courage, we have the Nine of Pentacles. But in joy, we've got the Nine of Cups reversed. In understanding, we have the King of Wands with the Ten of Wands reversed. And in wisdom, we've got the Four of Swords. Just a couple more cards to put down. In excellence, we've got the King of Pentacles with the Two of Cups reversed. And then the one card that sums up this whole spread is the Six of Swords. And so what this one card is saying with the Six of Swords, if you can see it, you've got two things on here. You've got the stork down in the bottom, and you've got the phoenix at the top rising up out of the flames. And so 6 is the number of decisions. And so you've been making some really hard decisions lately as far as what you need to sacrifice in order to gain something, to be able to move forward. And I can see here with all these cards that I've put down that you've been in a really tough position. So I'm trying to see here how I can help with this. In security, with the Five of Swords reversed, you can see some swordsmen fighting, and you've got the girl behind the tree, and she's very safe. She's very secure back there, but it's a very frightening position to be in. And what this has to do with is 5 is the number of your thoughts and your patterns, the way that you organize your thoughts. And you've been in a very defensive position. You've been unclear with the Magician reversed as far as how to cope with all of this. How can I help you with this?
I don't know. I guess I need some, I don't know. I feel like I've been trying to, be more balanced and not take things too serious, but also try to be proactive. Mm-hmm. But I still feel like the same way. Like okay. Get somewhere, don't never really get anywhere.
All righty. Well, the most positive card that I have in this spread is Encourage, and that is with the Nine of Pentacles. And I'm going to go ahead and show this card to you. As you can see, she's a very pregnant woman walking through a field of sunflowers. And so really, you've been using your courage to try and create something new, and to be able to hold up the hope that those flowers are all about. And that's with courage. And I think what I'm going to do is I think I can be of most help for you looking into the future a little bit more, rather than talking about all the areas in your life where you're just struggling. Is there something in your work environment that you'd like to look at, or do you want to look at relationships?
I guess more relationships is not most important to you.
Work is the most important thing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let's take a look at your future. It's a 3-card spread. We'll take a look at the future here with your work. And in the past position, we've got the 5 of Wands. And, okay, there is some good news coming. Thank goodness. You work with quite a few people. Got a lot of people cards coming up here. Okay, this is a short-term problem. This is not something that's going to go on for a long period of time. And the reason why I can say that is I can see in the past where with the 5 of Wands, we have you here with the man with the staves holding off all these other people. And Wands have to do with the way that your mind works. your creativity. And in essence, you've been in a very defensive position. And we saw this in the previous spread. In the present, you've got the Two of Cups reversed. And that Two of Cups reversed, you can see here, you've got the boy chasing the girl up the cliff. And he's not really, he's having a lot to overcome to try and catch up with this gal that's running away. And then in the future position, here's your positive card. You've got the Seven of Cups. And sevens, they have to do with actions taken, and they also have to do with the way that you organize things to succeed in moving forward. So we've had you here in a very difficult time period, and you're not feeling very fulfilled in what you're doing at the moment. It's like you're chasing the endless dream here. But moving forward with the Seven of Cups, you're going to have the opportunity to work more in partnership with the people that you work with, and feeling like your cups are filled rather than feeling like they're empty, or that you're just chasing something without having any chance of holding on to anything. And then moving into what supports this, you've got the Five of Cups reversed. Do you struggle with depression?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's what I'm seeing here. That's what I'm seeing here with the Five of Cups. And you can see that I'll hold that back up again for you. You can see that you've got the man with working there at the dam of the stream, and all that water is your emotions. So we have you damming things up. And so what's going to be your challenge for you is to go ahead and step out of that depression. And I know that's difficult to do. Do you work with a therapist?
I do have one.
Okay. Then I would spend some time with the therapist and talking about this work situation on what you can do to rise above these things that you feel that are just that are too deep for you to feel. And then moving into this a little bit further is you've got a lot of people with princes and princesses and queens, and I'm going to say that these are the people that you work with. And then along with that, you've got the Ten of Pentacles, which is one of the ultimate happy cards. So really here, you're going to be able to create the castle and live in the castle. And that is awesome news for you. And then you're going to have the Two of Swords moving forward. And that is just having the momentum and that pressure to just move forward. So this is something that just isn't going, it's going to move forward for you. And I see we don't have a lot of time left. Do you have a quick question for me?
I guess, do you see me in a relationship or anything maybe in the near future?
That I don't have enough time to talk about right now, but what you can do is you can reach out to me at my website at ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. Or message me directly on Facebook at Ravengale Tarot.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the best of happiness. With thanks, blessed be.
In the silence of my soul, visions clear and spirits call. I embrace my sacred role, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have found. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Each message is a stepping stone. My spirit's strength fully shown. In every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium, fully grown. I the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown, gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown, sweet clarity, sweet clarity. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the lines. With every reading, my power affirmed beyond the veil where fate is turned. I stand a guide between the worlds in clarity. My wings unfurl, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity, sweet clarity.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light transmedium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane, which is where you can find me everywhere that I am. readingsbydiane.com. Buy me a coffee at Readings by Diane. YouTube at Readings by Diane. Instagram's the only one different. That's Readings by Diane 603, because there are other Readings by Diane. Go figure. Anyway, other Dianes. So, summer hit today out of nowhere up here in New Hampshire. Anybody from New England knows what I mean. It was spring and still kind of winter where we were having to run the furnace, and bam, out of nowhere, summer came. So I was trying to paint something today outside in a parking lot because it's where I have the thing I was painting that I had to paint outdoors in that. And I had to stop before getting the full first coat on because I came really close to passing out from heat stroke. And I have the training to recognize it. And I knew I was in danger, but I pushed it until it was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. So yeah, it's crazy how hot it got. Like high 80s out there, Fahrenheit, and just ridiculous. So I know people down in the South and way out West are kind of used to that weather already, but we weren't used to it and ready for it yet here. So like my blood hasn't quite thinned out enough for it because we've still been chilly enough. It's just kind of really came at us. So learn not to try to paint on a day like today. I'm waiting a few more until it's cooler out. And today we have, is that Hina? Over
Hi, yes it is.
Hi, Hina. What can I do for you today?
Well, it's the first time I've been on the show, so thank you for calling. I just wanted a little bit more of an insight to maybe what I have coming in the next sort of 6 months, maybe to do with work.
Okay. So work for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to use the Lenormand for that today, Hina. All right. That's
okay.
And I'm feeling like I'm going to get a little bit more of a concrete answer for you out of that when it comes to work, because there are really good cards for that. And then we can always do tarot as well. It's a very unusual name, by the way. Very pretty.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, one thing the cards are kind of verifying. We don't usually ask about situations when everything is all really rosy and we expect it to stay that way. We usually ask when we're either going through a troubling period or we expect one is coming. And so the first thing that has come up here is the heart plus the clouds. So it's showing me a little bit of uncertainty here, either in whether or not you really love your work or in whether or not there's something coming where you are about to kind of possibly get hurt at work. Like there's uncertainty there. The clouds are not necessarily a super negative card, but it's rather an uncertain card, kind of cloudiness, basically. I mean, right? Is that resonating so far?
It is a little bit, yes. So I got made redundant today from my existing job. I have got a new role that I start later in the year. And for some reason, my gut feeling is telling me that this new role may not work out for me.
Okay, so an uncertain heart, definitely. All right. And then with the house and the letter. So the letter is usually about some kind of news or information. Can come as, it can be the bills for the house. It can be an email. It could also be that this is downsizing for you, like going to a smaller company. But I feel that there is definitely something coming your way information-wise, and it's followed by the key. So I do feel that with these three together, that what we have here is that you're going to be hearing something that is going to be good because we have the key in the next 6 months. All right. And that this has to do with maybe a smaller business, because like the tower would be a big business, like a really large corporation. The house would be a small business, like almost even a cottage industry, or working from home, being self-employed kind of work. But go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the job that I'm starting in summer is actually with a large corporation. So I'm not sure where the reference to the small company is.
Okay, so like I said, small company, or it could mean being able to work from home.
Yeah. It is a remote role, to be fair.
Okay. So, and then the bouquet with the snake. Though within this gift, there is something that is going to be trouble. Just so you know. So I feel like this is not going to, I feel like your gut is telling you true, that this isn't going to end up working out, because then for the surprise cards, I have the scythe and the path, or crossroads. So I'm really feeling the scythe can be about decisions and very sudden ones, but also about endings. And so I feel like it's saying you're going to end that particular path. So I feel like within the next 6 months, this new job is not going to end up working out, and you are going to be job hunting again. So I'm just trust that gut feeling that you're having. All right. It doesn't mean don't move forward with it. Sometimes we have to go through something in order to get to the other side and to the next thing. You know, sometimes the next thing won't come along without this thing happening. And I feel like you still need to move forward with this. But there's going to be an issue, and that you're going to end up putting an end to it and going on to doing something else. And I'm going to see what comes up here in the Oracle cards for that too. See what else Spirit has to say about this situation with those. Because I kind of feel like the tarot isn't going to really give us a lot more information on this. I really feel like it's more the Lenormand and the Oracle. Right?
Okay.
like I said, just hold on to that. Like everything happens for a reason. And I feel like this is the path to something better. Okay? So don't shortchange that path. Just kind of be flexible. So it's interesting. The first card is about coming to the edge. So I feel like, again, like this position has to happen, but your gut is putting you on edge for it. Like you already even feel like this isn't going to end up lasting for you. But that to take that leap, something else has to happen. And then Treasure Island. So kind of just look for the blessings within it in the meantime while you're there. All right? When that trouble stuff starts happening, look for the blessings that you do have at this job. But understand there's definitely... Huh?
Sorry, go on. I said, could you see what sort of trouble that is, or could you see a timeline of when that's going to happen?
Well, I can only say it's within that 6 months. Chaos and conflict is here, though. So that, to me, kind of describes the kind of trouble there is. So I feel that there is some trouble within the company, and there may be a lot of upheaval happening. And then the surprise card at the bottom of that is change in the wind. So that with the chaos and conflict, I feel like this is a company that's going through some changes, maybe going through some growing pains. And so that's kind of why I'm feeling like you need to look for the blessings. But once you get in there and get settled, maybe start looking for that next, position, at least after a couple of months. And I feel like you're going to know when it's time to do that. All right. I feel like when the time is right, things are going to start coming your way, and you're going to know. Yeah. Okay. So don't the
situation that you're describing sounds like the job that's just made me redundant.
Yeah, well, it may also be this one you're moving into from what I'm seeing here, okay? So, because it's in the future stuff. But it may be a few months down the road before you start to see it. All right, Hina, just don't be troubled by that. Just understand that things will end up working out for the best in the end. All right?
Okay.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you, everybody. And again, you can find me at readingsbydiane.com. And I hope everybody has just an absolutely amazing day. And if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, enjoy your summer. All right. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guide to Light with Martina Billet. Live from guidetolight.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guide to Light on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
The Guide to Light show, and I am Martina Billick, your host for today. So, some things I've been going over with my students this week is omens. And until I get a caller come in, I thought we might talk about omens. So we might know the old black cat going across the pathway might be a sign of bad things to come, or picking up a penny, you'll have good luck, all those. But I think we can modernize the whole thing with omens. Omens really are an energetic signature of something that is going on. So when something new comes into your energetic field or your aura, you pick it up. And if we have set the intention to see an omen for the day, then we might just see something that is a little bit unusual. Now, a lot of people do say, well, what is an omen? And they might be waiting for something, really out there. But an omen, I have found in my experience, is something that's the behavior is a little bit different, or if there's something in a place where it wouldn't normally be. So, for example, you might be walking down the street and all of a sudden an animal from the zoo runs across the road. Well, that doesn't belong there. Maybe a dog or a cat does. Well, that's certainly, I would consider an omen because it's slightly unusual. And it's an unusual thing in all of our experiences. Because we all have different experiences, there'll be different omens for people. Me, for example, birds come to me as omens. So if I see birds that are unusual for my area, I will take that as an omen, and I do believe that they carry spirits and they have messages. For other people, an omen might be them kicking their toe 3 times that morning, so it could be certain things like that. The important thing is not to look too deep into whether the omen is positive or negative, but to take on that there is something that is outside of the realm of normal. And this is where we come in with omens. So by training yourself to look for omens or setting an intention to look for omens in your day, helps you become more energetically aware of things going on around you. And this heightens your psychic senses. Now, this is a wonderful tool to do to get your psychic senses working on default. And I believe we may have a caller coming through, so I'll just see who's coming through. Okay, we have Rachel from Texas. Rachel, hello, darling. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure, Rachel. You got such a charming voice.
Thank you. It's that Texas accent.
Yeah, it's a beautiful accent. How can I be of service to you today?
Okay, so now, do you speak to the other side?
I certainly do. They never stop speaking.
Well, I have so many people up there, so do you feel anybody coming through?
Yeah. When I was tuning in before the show, I had a room full of people, but there's one lady that's pushed to the front.
Oh yeah, I got all of them.
Would you like me to bring her through for you, darling?
Yes. Who is it?
Okay, I'll just describe her. So this woman's probably about 5'5", 5'6". She's slim. She's got blonde hair, it's sort of slightly going grey, down to about here. She has a fringe coming off a little bit to the side, and she speaks straight down the line. There's no messing about, and there's no grey areas with this woman. She's very black and white. Would you understand this lady?
She has blonde hair, you said?
Yes, sandy blonde.
Not sure.
Okay, I'll bring through some more details for this lady, and we'll see if we can place her for you, okay? All right, I'll keep continuing. I'm not sure if I've still got you, Rachel. I thought you might have cut out.
I'm here.
Are you there? Oh, you're there. Good. All right, I'll bring through some more details from this lady. Just give me a second to tune in. Okay, so this lady used to cook a lot. There was something in particular that she used to make, and it was like square bread, and I believe she cooked for church. There was she would always provide food for church. This lady loved to cook, but there was particular things, and they were kind of bread things. They're squarish shape, about that size. That would have been something particular that she made. I'm also seeing that her house always smelt like food, and she was always cooking something. But people who would come around to her house, there would always be food for them to come. And I feel like people would come to either just come to eat, or if they came to her for advice or anything like that, they would always get fed. Would you understand this lady?
It kind of sounds like my sister, although, I don't know, she dyed her hair, so it could be gray, but she always dyed it.
All right, but she had sandy blonde hair going grey. Would you understand that?
Yes.
And would you understand the cooking of the food and the bready sort of food? Like they're like square bread things. I don't know what they are. They look like scones or something.
She loved to bake. She was always baking.
Okay. Now, was she straight down the line? Like it was always black and white. She would not sugarcoat anything.
I don't think so.
Okay, so this lady, I just got that she's very direct, and if somebody had a problem, she would tell you straight away what she thought about that problem, or thought what the solution is, without trying to make it, sugarcoat it. Like she doesn't soften things.
No, she had a mouth on her.
Yeah, that's the impression I've got from this lady. Okay, so I'm just going to connect a little bit deeper to her, and we'll see if we can get some messages, okay?
Okay.
All right, my darling. Just give me a minute. Would you understand there's a financial investment that is coming up for you where you have to outlay some money? I feel like there's a big decision to be made, like whether the money goes this way or the money goes that way, or if there's like a chunk of money that's being separated.
Did I already get the money?
There's an something's coming up to do with money where there's going to have to be a big decision made with what happens with the money coming up. Would you understand that?
Well, I don't know about that, but I hope there's some money coming.
Oh, okay. What I'm getting from Spirit is that there's going to be a big decision to be made with money coming up, okay? And it's going to be like a decision where you're going to have to decide where you're going to be putting money, okay? Like whether it's going to be making a big change in your life, darling. This is what I'm feeling from Spirit.
Oh, well, that's kind of scary. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. It's just a big decision that's going to be coming up around finances, on where you're going to be outlaying money for something. And I feel that this could be a step forward for you. I feel like there might be something coming in that's going to actually help you step forward, and that's why there's a big decision around it.
Oh, that gives me some hope.
All right, I'm just going to see what else she's got to say. There's this decision, though, I'm really feeling that there's going to be a bit of help from Spirit coming around with this. I feel like it's going to be a really big decision. This might be to do with a new line of work or a new income of some description coming in. But it's a big decision to make. So there'll be a lot of other moving parts around this decision that's going to make it hard for you to decide what you want to do. But she's indicating to me that there's someone that's very close to you, and I do believe it's a family member that's going to be helping you make this decision, and they may be involved with what this is all about, okay? And I feel like this person also that's around you and that's living, this person who's living, has already made some very good financial decisions in their life, and their advice would be really good for you to follow.
Very financial.
Okay, so this is, the Spirit is indicating to me when this comes up, and I'm feeling like it's within the next sort of 6 weeks, the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks, this is coming up for you, sweetheart. So whatever you've been doing, or if there's something that you're putting out there, something's going to be coming in within the next 6 to 8 weeks, and to listen to that person who has got this financial intelligence would be very, very good for you. So I feel like they already sort of know how it will play out for you.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Thank you.
That's all right. I'll just see what else they've got to say because we've still got a bit of time. Now, there's actually another gentleman that stepped in who's got really dark, thick hair and thick facial hair. And he's kind of come right behind me and moved her to the side. And and this is something how he would stand. He would hold on the back of your chair, and he would kind of lean forward like that, even if you were sitting in the chair, like a very forward gentleman. And he's very comfortable around people. He's a little bit, got a big, like, very loud. Would you understand this gentleman?
I've had so many that have passed.
Okay. He's got boots with heels on them because I can hear them clicking when he walks in. And he's like the life of the party, this guy.
It sounds like my Uncle David.
Okay. I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm just going to bring a message quickly through from him, darling, okay? Now, what's it to do with you dancing? Did you used to dance and then stop dancing?
He loved to dance. He danced with my mom a lot, but I have always wanted to learn to dance. I just can't ever dance.
He's saying you've got to get out and start dancing. But I have a feeling did you dance when you were younger? When you were like younger, like a young girl?
Yeah, I was a cheerleader and stuff. And I've been looking into dance lessons online. So
well, he's giving me a strong push for you to do it. He's saying you're going to meet the most amazing people, and he said it's going to bring joy to your heart.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
And he's forward and he's loud. He's forward and he's loud, and he's just really pushing that energy through me. He's a delight, this guy. Okay, so but he's really pushing for you to do some dance. He's saying even at home. My sweetheart, I'm going to have to let you go. I apologize for not getting any more messages through for you, but Rachel, it's been such a pleasure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye, darling. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining me on the Guide to Light show. And just remember to look at me up on Facebook, Martina Billick, Psychic Mentor. I have a free Facebook group that teaches intuition, has heaps of resources, teaches psychic development, and keeps you posted on everything that I'm doing. So just going back to omens, what I want you to do is I want you to set an intention today to look for an omen, okay? And I want you just to pay attention to what comes through. It doesn't matter what that omen is. It's just going to teach you to keep a little bit more psychically aware. It's going to keep your energy open to anything. And omens always feel magical. And when we have our hearts open to magic, magic happens. Well, thank you so much, and I'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guide to Light with Martina Billick. listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday. I'm your host and guide, Bernice Bisson. And I am so happy to join you today. And we're going to get into some of the astrology going on over the next week. And but just start off, you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com or Bernice Bisson Psychic. I do on Facebook. I do put out a video every week, a collective reading for the week. I read many different things. I like to mix it up a little bit. And so you can find that there at my Facebook page, Bernice Bisson Psychic. A reminder, I don't have any other social media. So if anyone contacts you saying they're me, chances are it's not me. And so, because I'll never reach out to you directly. Now, let's get that out of the way. And I'm going to start with some of the energy at the top. We have some pretty major transits, a number of planets at 29 degrees, which is sort of that final degrees. It's an intense sign. I think we have 5 celestial bodies right there, and we have the transit of Jupiter. I'm going to give messages for each of the signs, sun, moon, or rising. You can listen to all 3 messages to really get a full spectrum of what's going on for you, but it is based on the next 7 days of astrology going on for all of us. I just don't want to go into all the planets only because I only have so much time on this show. So I want to get right to the messages. Okay. All right, let's do it. All right. I'm actually going to start with Taurus because we're kind of embarking on that Taurus season into Gemini. And so you have a number of planets going on in there, and it's really about your life, your day-to-day life. You might have went through a massive transformation over the last 2 years, and that could have been around self, health, life, how you viewed the world, all of it. And so this is a bit of a rebirth for you, a bit of some fresh air, and really getting back to life, getting back to the day-to-day things, and really maybe finding some joy in everyday things. And this next 7 days is going to open up things for you little Tauruses in a way where life, just the day-to-day stuff just seems to work out, and things like you get the parking spot, and someone buys you a coffee, and just small joys every day. And you're going to find that that's going to start to pick up for you and getting back to your social self. Then I go into Gemini because it's going to be all about you guys right away with the sun in your sign and Jupiter coming to your sign. And so we'd have to go back a dozen years to explore that a little bit. But there is a conjunction of Jupiter and the sun coming. And this is about for Gemini's gaining opportunities, gaining followers, gaining your reputation, gaining weight, gaining money, gaining responsibilities. Be careful what you're taking on in that because things can expand out quickly. And let's hope it's in a good way for you, okay? So stay out of trouble, you little Geminis. Just teasing. But, sometimes your shadow side could come out. So just know things expand pretty quick the next 7 days. So let's make it a good one. My little crabs, my little Cancerians, this is about getting things in order this next 7 days. This is about order, getting things organized, getting things worked out, getting things in a place where you feel like it's ready for the summer, getting all your say closets unpacked and your basement sorted out and the lawn furniture out. You're going to feel like you're getting your life in order, getting things in order. And that's going to feel pretty good. And that's going to expand out for you. And that's going to be kind of a mission even. Around that, getting organized and in order. And then Leo, this is about authority figures, parents, if you still have them, if you're fortunate enough to still have them in this carbon-based leaf bag energy, in our human energy, if you still have them. But it's about authorities, it's about parents, it's about our obligations, our responsibilities to those those elders, and that could be elders in the community, that could be people, our bosses, people that, so it's around a lot of meetings, talking to, obligations, responsibilities to those, and some sort of authority to you, Leos. And that could even be you get kudos from them. You're being given thanks. You're being recognized for all the effort that you have put in and pushed up. And so you're being seen. Virgos, sun, moon, rising, of course, we're going to go down below. We're going to go to children. We're going to go to employees. We're going to go to younger friends, younger generations around you. And it could be about really getting on your game with technology, getting on your game with being relevant, getting in touch with your youthful side of yourself, getting in touch with young people around you, including children, and really wanting to connect and sort things with them this next 7 days. And so this could be a big time for graduations. It could be a big time for even new friendships, new dogs, new things that come in a really friendly way, that you could be developing some new friendships and petships around you. Now, Libra. Well, Libra, we're going to go to your sixth house. We're going to go to health and your wellness, your well-being, your discipline, your daily routines. You're going to go, oh my gosh, maybe I'm going to get on my yoga routine, or maybe I'm going to get on a meditation routine. It's going to be really around your wellness, balance, your whole health, your diet, the health of your finances as well, or the health of the situations that you're in. That can include relationships and toxic people and healthy people, and you could kind of be bombarded with both, with spirit reminding you about boundaries around friendships and relationships with you. And so this is going to be around some of the health and a health check-in, and I think in a really great way. And then Scorpios, boy, this is about partnerships. This is about spouses, partnerships, business partners, people you commit to in relationships. That could be just long-term relationships that can include friends, your obligations to friends, and there could be real benefits coming from partners. That could be, maybe there's opportunities for new jobs, new finances, even new partnerships, even new long-term relationships sort of popping up in your life, starting off as a new meeting, a new encounter that turns out to be, a few years down the road, a pretty good lucky chance encounter that turns out to be a long-term partner for you in some way. And so you're really shoring some of this up, and even your role and identity in relationships and how you partner. And this could be something that you're really working on or looking at. Okay, Sagittarians, this is about conclusions. This is about maybe ending jobs, ending relationships with certain people, ending friendships, ending, maybe you're paying off debts and you're able to end your commitments to loan payments and interest payments. And so this is a time of you concluding things. You could be finishing up any sort of tax payments. You could be finishing up any sort of paperwork that you had, really sort of trying to conclude. And this could be unfinished business that you've had with friends and partners and people that maybe you're going to have an opportunity to end things, conclude things, bring closure to things. This could even come into your psyche therapeutically. And I feel like in a really positive way. I feel like this isn't like closing one door and really plateauing and then going into another level of things in your life. So that feels pretty good for you, Sagittarians. Capricorns, it's all about transitions and transitions in your life. And this could be people exiting, opportunities exiting, old careers, old patterns, old deaths, things that are just exiting, and new things coming in kind of simultaneous as you go through this transition. And I just feel like when you're in this time of transition, no, it's not a time to settle on anything, to make super decisive decision kind of stuff, or long-term commitments. This is a time just to get a sense of what's the flow is, what's coming in, what's going out, and just being really ready to surrender and let go, and then also being ready to receive. And both of those things can be challenging because we have to trust. We have to trust whatever is going on there for you guys. So I feel like the transitions are good and you're having a really positive flow. This would be a good time to feng shui your homes as well. Aquarians, it's all about your kingdom. It's all about as far as you can see your kingdom, people coming into your sphere, opportunities coming into your sphere. You can get new furniture, you can get new clothes, you could be gifted stuff. It's like all these wonderful little gifts and opportunities are just kind of coming into your sphere. This could be things around your home, new sets of dishes, new clothes, things that make you feel better about what's going on in your home. Really starting to change some of that stuff out there. So I feel like it's all about your kingdom and how you rule your kingdom. And maybe there's also things around boundaries with people, pets, getting disciplines in with pets, and maybe even in your own discipline cycles for things. Pisces, it's all about supports, asking and receiving, receiving and giving supports to others, and receiving support yourself, and having things that could be very reciprocal. And this is a really important boundary thing for Pisces, is around allowing and being receptive to someone offering you help, and sometimes maybe asking for help, and even sometimes going into higher self, higher spirit, higher guides for help, and that there's support all around you, and that it's going to present itself through signs and symbols and opportunities and people and synchronicities that are going to show up the next 7 to 10 days, really showing you where your strength and supports are and where those support systems are. So that feels pretty good as well for you, Pisces. Then I go to Aries. Didn't leave you guys out. Aries, rehab, rehabilitation, rehabbing your identity, rehabbing your reputation, rehabbing your wardrobe, reorganizing, redoing, repurposing things that are going on around you. You just don't have the heart to throw it out, but you want to use it in new and exciting ways. And it could even be rehabbing some old wounds and hurt feelings. You could be in a place where you're really going through a rehabilitation process in terms of your identity, self, and ego. And you have that chironic asteroid and that's been a big thing even since April, around really healing some deep-seated wounds for you, little Aries. And that could be really around ego and really knowing when to run forward and when to hold back. I think that's sometimes the biggest lesson for Aries, is knowing when to charge forward full blast and when to just hold on, so you don't get too caught up in. And so that's the next 7 to 10 days for all 12 signs, sun, moon, and rising. Please listen to all three in your sign. And again, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And we're going to get into some wonderful readings now. And I have Sophia from Worcester, UK. Sophia.
Hello.
How are you today? How can I be in service to you today?
I want to know about my love life, please, if that's possible.
Oh, I love love life. That's my favorite. What's the day and month of your birthday?
I'm the 14th of July, 1990.
Oh, okay. And so I'm going to start kind of a little bit in the bigger picture around July 14th and around some of the astrology that shows up around that. So this birthday you're coming into, if I looked at 714 and I added it together, I get 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 is the number I'm looking for. It's your karma number. It tells me your life cycle. And if I look at your birthday coming in, 2024 is an 8. I add your 3, I get 11, which is a master number. But 1 and 1 is 2. That's where I wanted to get to, where I find that your birthday this year to your birthday next year is about pairing up. It's about coupling. It's about connecting. It's about one-on-one, not group, not big rooms full of people kind of connections. It's finding balance, because sometimes my little crab Cancerians get kind of overwhelmed if their space is invaded too much. That could be their personal space. So relationships are a fine balance of someone who can be disciplined and contributing and reciprocal in relationship, and then people who just get out of your way because you need a day with nobody. You need no peopling day. And as you sort of oscillate sometimes between that, you need a flexible partner who kind of sees that, understands that. Now, there has been, and I'm going to go back 12 years. It has been a bit of an interesting ride for little Cancerians. And now that you've got Jupiter sort of going into your 12th house, you're going to find that people from your past, situations and patterns from the past are going to be a bit of a theme, even the last couple of weeks going into the next year. And they're to remind you what worked in the past and what did not work in the past. You've had a number of planets that moved out of your house of partnership. And boy, oh boy, Sophia, since 2019, you had 7 celestial bodies all lined up in Capricorn, which have made a number of challenges in terms of relationships. And now the last planet, which was Pluto, sort of has eked its way into Aquarius. But see, it's going to retrograde over the summer. And along with Jupiter headed into Gemini, which is like your 12th house, to expand out karmic connections, karmic past connections, closing them, embarking on who you are as a self, which is really important. And this last year or so would have taught you a few things about the self, and that you need to take up space. You can't have people in that intimate area sometimes of self, because you need the time to regenerate, recuperate, because since 2019, you would have been really depleted in relationship. It would have really been where you had to put in the effort and more effort than you would have received, way more effort than you would have received. And now the shift in this is this. You have all of this wonderful karmic friends, connections, opportunities. And I want you to go kind of pre-COVID, okay? And go to that time in your life. And what was sort of just bubbling up? What was sort of just peaking up for you then? Because I feel like you're going to get tastes of that again to make you come to a place in your life of, do you want to move forward, or do you just want to end relationships with people? Because I got to say, there is, you've got, and I'm going to just be so bold, okay? Now, this is where I'm going to be bold, Sophia. I feel like there's going to be 2 divine masculine energies, 2 male energies. One is a committed partner, long-term partner that seems to show up around you, that seems to come to I think you're going to have an abrupt ending and abrupt beginning. And I feel like there's an abrupt ending around between August and October. If that was the past one, I apologize if I'm a bit off my timing. And then you've got kind of a similar but abrupt starting between April and August timeframe, which would be right now. Okay. And they're literally sort of crossing paths with each other. So you might be just communicating with someone from the past and then someone new showing up. And I feel like when you're, there's something coming for you. It's funny. I'm just going to leave you this because I only have about a minute left with you. There's something about when you're invited to go to weddings, celebrations, something about a seaside or by the seaside. It's like a seaside venue that you'll be, and I'm going to say you're going to know about this within 3 months. And there's something about a very karmic connection there in terms of your love life. I feel like you're going to be pulled between water and earth sign around this connection, but seems to be showing up as something out of the blue. But you also have something that needs a conclusion, and it could be bubbling up even unexpectedly. Okay. Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you. Thank you. You're amazing.
Oh, you're amazing too. We found each other because we're both amazing. That's how spirit works. They always put that similar energy together. So I'm so pleased you found me. And thank you. Okay, I've got another caller on the line, and I was so sorry. I'm sorry, what was the name? Marlene. So sorry, Marlene. And so welcome, Marlene. Did I hear that right?
Arlene. Arlene.
Arlene. Oh my gosh. You know what it was? I was talking so much, I didn't see it fly by from the producer, and I apologize because I was into what I was doing. Arlene, thank you. Now, how can I be in service to you today?
I don't know. This is my first time. I hadn't had a reading in years and years. The last time I had a reading was after I lost my grandson.
Oh, don't tell me anymore. Please don't tell. Hang on. Let me tell you something. Okay, let's focus. I'm sorry you lost your grandson, and my heart absolutely just sends you lots of love. My name is Bernice Bisson. I'm from Canada. I read for for the last 35 years, and I've read all kinds of things. And because it's been a long time, let's just explore. I'm going to take the rest of my show. We're just going to explore what's going on around you. And, you know, can I just say something? I do my show notes, and I'm holding up a piece of paper to the screen. You may not be able to see it till you see the recording. And there was a bunch of notes about the grandson. And so I'm actually supposed to talk about your dad and like your son, like the grandson. And I'm supposed to talk about together, and that that I was supposed to tell you that nothing would have changed if you had acted differently, and that you've beaten yourself up, and that you've tried to intervene in the care several times, or you tried to intervene. And you know that, you know, ironically, your grandson and your dad are kind of similar in some way, in that you would have had some real beating yourself up, and you don't need to. And I'm going to say that nothing would have changed. And they wanted me to tell you this. So I'm going to just hold this up because they record this, and then you can see my writing because it's really scratchy. And whoever was supposed to tell this to was that that there was also something, they made a reference to someone's care in a hospital, and that they actually referred with turmoil. There was a lot of turmoil, and that that there's also worried about a husband figure, and that there's an L name, like I put like Linda. I didn't know the name, and I just put like, and then an S name, and that 2 H's showed up. Those are the letters. I didn't know what to do with them, but I wanted to say this to you. There's 3 other members in your family right now, my beautiful friend Arlene, that somebody has some legal stuff or legal issues. And I'm supposed to tell you that it's going to, where they feel lots of stress, I feel like they're going to be relieved to learn that it ends. There's a decision. There's something that comes that really ends what might have felt like some turmoil. Okay? And wow. I don't know that, I feel like you might be waiting for an answer, or you could be waiting for a conclusion. And I feel like it's coming, and I feel like, boy, I want you to have the biggest voice in the world, Arlene. And I want you to shout out your grandson's name from the rooftops, because I feel like, because there's 2 the same name. It keeps bugging me. I'm sorry. I'll keep thinking about it, but keep getting 2 the same name, 2 people with the same name. Also, I'm supposed to ask about the baby boy, like a little boy, alive.
My grandson? My youngest grandson?
Yes.
Who's alive, yeah.
Yes, who's alive. The little guy who's alive, I feel like he sees them. He sees the older
I believe
man
he does.
Together. And did you have to take care of a dog? Someone's dog?
Yep, I just lost him.
Oh, girl, they're all in good hands. They're all in good hands. I just know that. I'm so happy you found me today, because I just feel like I didn't know who this message was for. And I just feel like I'm supposed to just tell you your dog's in good hands. I keep also seeing that, you know, I feel like someone might give you a picture of your dog. They could put it on something, like they'll put it on a blanket, or they'll put it on something where they'll give you this picture of your dog. And I feel like it's really meaningful. And that I also feel like there's something about someone's leg, their surgery or problems with a leg. And that could be
my sister.
I'm sorry?
My sister's knees are bothering her.
Okay. That there's something about, she might wind up needing to get some sort of shots in her knees, or something about some sort of medication or treatment around that, because it could be kind of chronic around the knees, something degenerative going on. Okay. And I'm also supposed to tell you that there's one of your kids, one of the kids. I want to, it's fine. I want to talk about two sets of kids, so I'm a little confused about I'm talking about this, but I want to say that someone has a new job coming, a new work, and they want new work. They want this new job. They want to return to work. There's something important about that. And I feel like we're going to hear about that within 3 months. And I feel like it's really quite positive. Some news coming from, that could even be your kid-in-law, I do want to say something kind of crazy. Do you have friends in Canada?
Ceremonial friends.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like you could get an invite to Canada. I don't know. I feel like if you do, it's worth it. But
I've always been wanting to go up there and talk to. Something happened in the lodge. That's why I left. They did something to my dad, and I've never been able to let it go until just recently. They stole his sacred items.
Oh, with stuff from your dad?
Yeah. After he passed, they took all his sacred items and didn't give them back to me.
Oh, and do they have the connection to Canada?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back. I'm going to back up my whole message because I was supposed to talk about your dad and your grandson and the fact that they're together. And that
I knew my dad come got him.
I
knew that morning.
It's funny because your dad rode up on a horse. I don't know why he rode up on a horse, but
you can see that because he rode horses when he was little. They would take him back from the from the camp back to the island.
He rode up on a horse for your grandson, and I just want to say that I feel like I'm going to say that you might be reconnected with the ceremonial tools. I'm going to put that out to Spirit to connect you to the ceremonial tools, and that the who has them would want to repatriate them to the right spiritual family name, right spirit. I'm going to ask Spirit to do that for you. But I just want to say, my friend, you are so loved and you are so guided and protected, and know that, and that they are in good hands, and that there is something about sunflowers, a field of sunflowers. And when you're standing in a field of sunflowers, know they are with you. Okay? Sending love, my beautiful friend. And thank you to you for calling in. And thank you to everyone for tuning in to A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck Television, and Lightning TV, and to Psychic Tuesdays with Sweet Bee. I'll see everyone in 7 days.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Medicine for Your Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everybody. Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. Yes, I'm a little bit more rugged up than normal. You know, here we are. I'm in the Southern Hemisphere and we're having a really dramatic change of season where I live, so keeping warm. But before I go into today's show, I just would like us all to pause for a moment and just close your eyes and take these words in. I have this prayer, blessing, intention on my refrigerator, and every morning when I go in to get bits and pieces out, I pause for a moment and I read through this. So I'm going to share it with you all. It's a Buddhist prayer. Just close your eyes, take a breath with me. May I be free. May I be peaceful. May I be happy. May my friends be peaceful. May my friends be free. May my friends be happy. May my enemies be peaceful. May my enemies be free. May my enemies be happy. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be happy. And may all beings be free. And take a breath. And just for a moment, let that feeling of whatever that does for you be something that you can radiate out into your world. I think it's really come at a very important time, you know, to remind us that these intentions are very connected. These blessings and prayers that we offer do make a difference energetically. And it really came to my attention over the last weekend with the beautiful auroras happening all over the world, everywhere that's never normally seen them. Nature on, you know, showing us what the grand beauty is, reminding us, and so many people, thousands and thousands of people all over the world, or more than that, going out, uniting, all looking to the heavens, all looking for this beautiful show. You know, there's so much power in that when we're all looking in the same direction at something. You know, there's a unity, there's a oneness, there's a remembering, there's a connection. So, you know, when we didn't get to see that where I live, but I was watching all the beautiful images coming through social media, all the different platforms, and it was just like, oh, takes your breath away. It's so magnificent. And I know some people out there in the world say, oh, it's manipulated by some, I'm not even going to mention the name of the people, but for me, in my heart, it didn't feel like it, that. It felt like the geometric or the electromagnetic force fields coming from the sun, which have been intense, really played this out for us. And for me, I looked at all those beautiful images and I thought, oh my God, we're being shown a new world. We're being shown the possibilities of something so much more grand than what our jaded selves are seeing at the moment. So, you know, if this prayer was of benefit to you, it's a Buddhist prayer. If you want it, let me know and I'll send you the words. It's a lovely thing just to take a pause each day and listen, pay attention, offer it out. So I hope all is well in your neck of the woods, and I hope that you got to experience the beautiful colours of nature on show. How majestic. So let's talk about our intentions. So I'm about to start my candle stuff again. I do a lot of work with candles and I inscribe intentions into them, or prayers, or I write them out on a piece of paper and I stick them underneath. And I do these rituals for 7 days or 11 days or 21 days. And it's a really lovely way to every day connect with something that is important to you, whether it's something you're offering to life, whether it's sending healing to a loved one, whether it is something that you're focusing on with yourself. These types of simple little rituals make it easy for us to connect in and to really spend those few moments just dedicating time to the awareness. And that's how we potentize things. So this is my next one. I've got an orange one, beautiful orange one. So this one here is going to be dedicated for creativity. So I will inscribe on the candle the word creativity, and I'll write on a piece of paper and stick underneath it what I'm wanting to create more of. And that's more online presence for me, more meditations and offerings for people to help with at the moment with all this craziness and creativity, and for that radiance to be spread out into the world. So anyone who wants to join with me, let me know. And we can do this together because it all adds to the positivity, and it all helps us look in the same direction to make life a bit better. So I have a caller, Mary. Hi, Mary, it's Raylene. How can I help, be of support, assistance, guidance for you today?
Hello, Raylene. I was thinking about if I should sell my house or not. My husband just passed away on the 27th of April, and I'm not sure which way I should go quite yet.
Okay, so I'm sorry, did you say your husband's passed?
Yeah, he passed away on April 27th.
Okay, so first of all, I'm very sorry to hear that. Secondly, my rule of thumb, I'll do some cards for you in a moment, but my rule of thumb is it's never a good time to make decisions when you're stressed, overwhelmed, tired. That's not the good time, because we don't make really good decisions. We make reactive decisions. So sometimes, you're grieving, you're in shock, you're still dealing with all the things that come with a loved one passing. And it's like we have to give ourselves time to come into coherence with ourselves and what's going on. If you're in a situation where it's financially stressful, or it's, you're in a situation where, like, I just don't want to be here, then I would suggest, first of all, doing an energetic cleanse, and then maybe speaking with family members about an interim, like a space for yourself where you can, without having to make the decision straight away, where you can actually have a buffer, where you can have a bit of space where you can still heal and go through the grieving, and then make a clearer decision when you come through it. That's my rule of thumb. But everyone has different situations. So I don't know whether you have to make a decision. If you do, as I suggested, I think it's really important to call in trusted friends or loved ones to help with that, because normally we're not in a good position to make decisions in that situation. So what I'll do is I'll pull a couple of cards to see how you can navigate this a little bit. There's so much change going on. There really is, Mary, and there's financial stuff that's really tricky for everyone at the moment. Everything's very uncertain. Everything is tenuous. So, it is difficult to make the, inverted commas, the correct decision, because for everything, there's always a pro and a con. But when we do make decisions, as I said, we have to be clear. So whatever decision we make, we're happy with, no matter what happens. No matter what happens. So I'll just see what we've got here for you. Does that make sense to you, Mary?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so let me just see. What does Mary need to know? We're going to get 3 here. Mary, 1 here. I'll show you what these are in a minute. Oh, okay. And this one. All right, so the first one we've got, I don't know if you can see this, but I'll hold it up anyway. The first one here is activation, the energy of activation. So there's an image down here, and it's very much around your life is in your hands. Your life is in your hands. You get to make the choices and the decisions. The interesting thing, life is in your hands up here. The interesting thing is down here, there's an image of a baby that is in formation. It's still embryonic. So that means the seed is there. Do I sell? Do I not sell? So you've got a seed of change. You've got a seed of movement. You've got a seed of new growth. So it's a matter of, you can't rush it. I feel you can't rush it. I feel very strongly when I look at this, it's more to do with sitting with it for a little bit and letting it bubble and brew and gestate right now, because you don't want to be in a position of afterwards going, I rushed that, or I gave in too quickly or whatever. So I'm feeling, just sit with it for a little bit. Your life is in your hands. Your life is in your hands. So just sit with it for a little bit. You don't just sit with it for years, just for a few months, just a few months. The next one here for you is expression. This is you coming out of the, how do I want to put it? It's not coming out of the closet. It's coming out of from where maybe you've been hidden or where you've been pulled back or where you've been in, whether it's reclusive or insular, it's starting to come out, and it means you've got to start speaking up. What do I want? You've got to start looking at yourself. What do I want? How do I want, the next part of my life to be? Where do I need support? Where do I need help? Where do I need confirmation? So this is around asking for it, which is what you're doing today. I need some help. This is asking, and I keep wanting to say to you, trusted friends, and I don't know why that's so strong, but you'll know this. Trusted friends, maybe more so than family, trusted friends who know you, they'll be truthful with you. It feels like asking them, talking to them about what the next thing is. And the last one here for you is the intention. This is the prayer, this is the desire, this is the goal. I was just talking about intentions before. So with an intention, the intention is for the best decision for myself, for the highest good of where I'm at moving forward and for those affected by this. I'm ready to receive clear information. I'm ready to make my choice, but I need that support. So I'm feeling, set an intention or a daily prayer or a request that you are ready to make a choice or a decision for the highest good for yourself and those affected by this situation. So first up, I just really feel very strongly, don't rush into anything right now. Speak to, and I'm going to say it again, speak to your trusted friends. It's what I'm hearing over and over. Speak to your trusted friends. Yes, I think that's it. So that's it, Mary. That's all I can really say to you right now, because I feel, you don't have to move into things very quickly. You still got to grieve. You still got to honour the process you've gone through in this experience, because you're still going through it. And as I said, I'm very sorry to hear that, and I will send lots of loving, healing energy to you in my healing circle this week. So I hope that was helpful for you.
It was. Thank you so much.
Okay, bless. So there we go, guys. It's there's a lot going on, and when we can have those beautiful intentions, and as I said at the start with my candle, if you have someone in your life and you feel helpless or hopeless, you don't know what to do for them, light a candle for them every day. And that way you're sending your affection, your care, your healing and your support. So that is all from me, Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. Namaste. Come and visit me on my website, rayleneburn.com. Send me an email and we'll talk to you later. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, as of this week, we are having a full moon in Sagittarius. And you probably know, you probably heard it before, that full moons are great for releasing all that isn't serving our highest good. So it's a good time to do a check-in and see what is not authentic to you that you could be carrying around or that you might want or need to let go of this week. You know, Sagittarius is optimistic, it's adventurous, loves to travel, is upbeat, and is fun. And definitely those are great ways to be in alignment. And we can fall in and out of alignment. You know, that's fine. That's normal, off and on throughout the day, throughout the week. But as we navigate our energetic trajectory at any given moment, you know, we can see what, if anything, might come up that is not in alignment with that energy of being optimistic and fun-loving and the adventurous energy of Sagittarius. Now, I pulled a card over here. Okay, so we have surrender to inner peace. Cultivate inner peace on a daily basis, navigating our emotions, our feelings, and our energy is a part of daily life. So in quiet meditative moments, focus on the stillness within and enjoy this inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too, and life will flow more easily. I love this affirmation that good things come to me frequently and easily. Sometimes I'll repeat that just as like a little mindset check-in, a little mindset shift. And also another one is I'm open to receiving all of the good the universe has for me. And believe it or not, it actually does shift the energy. It does allow things to flow. I've done it time and time again and have definitely noticed a difference when I do. So that's something to keep in mind too. But in these meditative moments, focus on the stillness within, okay? And you will have this, if you have this habit of people pleasing, is also something that came up when I was pulling. This is a good way to kind of release that. So, okay, we are going to take a caller. We have Evelyn.
Yes. Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I just turned up my volume so I could hear a little better. How can I help you?
Well, I hadn't been on Facebook for a long time, and I just happened to go in now, and I saw the call, so I figured let me put in my name. Yeah, basically, I have a sadness. I lost my son about a year and 4 months ago. Yeah, so anything that can come up, I would really appreciate it. You know, also having been able to see his babies, my granddaughters.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
yeah, it's
Okay,
really devastating.
I'm going to tune in and see what I can pick up for you, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
So just give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm just starting to tune on just a little bit. I'm trying to interpret what I'm seeing. So I'm seeing somebody right now in pure white light with a hand on the heart. Okay, so I'm seeing a hand on the heart of love. I'm seeing a heartbeat, like energy from the heart that is very pure. So I would take this to mean that he has a very pure heart, and he always had this like innocent, loving nature about him.
Yes. Yeah, that's him.
So I'm picking more up on messages about, and you said he has children?
Yeah, two little girls, twins, very young, only 3-year-old.
Okay, let me see what I'm getting about that. So I do feel a flowing, like a message here about a flowing and loving connection, okay, with you and his child. Send this child loving thoughts of connection so that when the time comes, it will set up the energy for that. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean? Like, be sending them.
When the time.
Yeah. So that you can kind of set up this energetic connection with them. Okay. And then like, even with the parent, the person that is raising them, so that spirit can come and the angels can come in and rectify the situation, and so that your needs are met, the children's needs are met, and you'll be able to have that connection because you do have a bond with them, like an energetic bond with them energetically. Okay.
Yeah, it was always there.
Okay.
With the mommy, I love her mama. The mommy, we had a very good relationship, and we just don't communicate right now. So, but I know it's a matter of time.
Okay.
This grief is very difficult for her also. Not just me, not about me only.
Yeah. So, okay, let me see what other messages come through. So I don't know if he was quiet, but I'm picking up on somebody that would say something like fun loving, but then kind of like go a little quiet about it. Like a good sense of humor, but at the same time, and then just be quiet right afterwards. So he'll like make a little joke or make some, a real loving gesture, but then back away from. So small talk was not much of a thing with him. No, I don't know why I keep hearing haircut. I'm not sure what that's about.
Keep hearing what? I'm sorry?
Was he did he like take care of his appearance? I keep hearing like haircut, styling.
Was he caring for the? I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty listening. Was he caring?
No, I was saying I'm picking up on like taking care of his appearance is important to him.
Taking care of his things?
Grooming his hair. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
I hear you, but I don't quite understand. Taking care of something.
His appearance.
His appearance?
Yeah.
Did he take care of his appearance?
He gives me the feeling that he enjoyed doing that.
Yeah, he was funny about it. We joke about it. We say, well, you know that I'm the best looking of the two brothers. You know, your two sons, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he would make a joke out of it.
Oh, okay. Great. Yeah, because I just see, like, I don't know, in the bathroom, doing his hair, putting hair gel in, getting haircuts frequently, or this type of thing. And
but he was very humble, very down to earth. He just, you know, it was like a joke in a sense. But he was not presumptuous or, you know, caring because of his looks. He was very humble, very down to earth. But he would joke with me. Yeah, would joke about his hair and about, you know, his appearance. And he said, you know, I'm the best looking one and that kind of thing.
Okay,
so that's just, what he is.
Okay, that's what he
a
meant.
really wonderful human being. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was really very young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just get this earth angel feeling from him. Very sensitive, and you know, like not.
He was gifted.
Yeah. Yeah. So he wasn't like a huge talker.
No, he was really gifted in so many ways. He was a seer also, and you know, and a healer, and he just came naturally since he was a child. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah, that gift. Yeah, and it was just so unexpected. Nobody expected.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Let me see.
The medical examiner said that it was the heart. Yeah.
He had a strong spiritual connection. Like he had abilities to. He may not have grown into them, but he had a spiritual abilities. You know, intuitive.
Yes. Yeah.
Because of that pure heart, he had that really loving heart. So, but I will go ahead and leave you with that for now. If you want to reach out to me and email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com, I can see if anything else comes through and send you the rest because we're a little short for time for a full reading. But otherwise, I will leave you with that, and you're welcome to email me. But thank you so much for. It's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you.
All right, thanks so much, and thank you for joining us this week. And I hope you have a wonderful week. My Stan store is stan.store/medium Andrea to book any readings with me. Thank you. Bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my Tuesday afternoon show. I am so happy to have all of you here. It has been a really crazy last week for me. I have a spiritual retreat coming up, and it starts tomorrow. The first guest arrives tomorrow, and the other guests will arrive Thursday and Friday, and I'm super excited. I'm holding it at my house. And we're going to do some amazing stuff. They are my 2-year graduating students from my mediumship program, and we're going to have an amazing time. I'm really looking forward to spending time with these women. I have a beautiful 30-foot circle in my backyard because we have 13 acres here in the Dayton area. And we're just going to have such an amazing time being able to sit and talk to spirit and connect with them. And this is their graduation weekend. So this is the pinnacle of everything that they've been working for. They will be receiving certificates to be certificates for their graduation that show that they have done everything that they needed to do to work professionally as a medium. And so I'm super excited for all of this. One of the things that we're doing is on Saturday, so if you're in the Dayton area, on Saturday at Temple of the Rebel Goddess, I am doing a how to make your own ancestral oracle deck. And this is going to be with your ancestors to teach you how you can start talking to and working with your ancestors. And the easiest way to do it is to make copies of pictures. Don't use any of the originals, of course. You can do it almost like scrapbooking, and you can also do it where they're online, and I'm teaching both methods. The easiest way to do it is on Canva. You can do it with a free account because you're using your own pictures. You don't have to worry about paying for the account, which is one of the things that I love about Canva. So you can go to templeoftherebelgoddess.com and look that up and join the class if you're in the Dayton area. So I'm super excited for all of you to be here. And so today we are going to welcome Loretta. Hi, Loretta. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? How are things? How's your grandbaby?
It's still iffy. It's still up in the air, I guess.
Okay.
What I would call it.
All righty. So what can I help you with today, my friend?
You can give me a little bit of input on what you feel about that, and then just whatever you feel.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab some tarot cards, and we're gonna let the tarot deck give us the information that you're looking for when it comes to the situation with you and your family. So anybody who is listening or watching, Loretta is one of my existing clients. So I'm super excited to hear from her. As soon as I saw Loretta from Miamisburg, I knew she was my client. All right. So here we go, Loretta. We are just asking for the cards to show us some information that we need to be helpful for Loretta in her current family situation. All right. So we have some cards that dropped over. So we're going to start with those. So, I love all of this. So here's the thing. So first of all, we have the 8 in tarot with the major arcana, which is strength. And this is that beautiful fortitude of strength, right, that we're born with. And I love that it's a female with a lion, because this is not physical brute strength. This is that feminine wherewithal for I can get through anything. I just have to stay strong. And what's really interesting to me, I love that. I love that even better. I love that even more. And so on this card as well, Loretta, what's interesting is because I'm using the Everyday Witch Tarot, this actually has a tornado in the background. So this is showing that we have the strength to get through all the chaos and all the stuff that's shifting in our background. Does that make sense?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So in the back of this card, there's actually a tornado. And the tornado is a symbol for the chaos and things that can go on when we're not around, right? Because it's behind her back. So all the chaos that can go around behind us. Does that make sense?
It's going to swerve, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No. It's just, there's a lot of chaos. So you have the strength to get through the chaos.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's all it is. And what I love about this is that she is looking, right? And so she's looking, I'm looking at her, and if I turn it around backwards, she's looking to the left. So I'm looking back at the past, and I'm looking at all the things that I have been through, and I'm going to turn my head and look at where I need to go. And I know that I have the strength to carry everything that I need to carry to get through what I need to get through. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I got chills all down my right side.
Good. That means that your body is resonating with the information. So we also have the Three of Swords. And the Three of Swords is the heartbreak, right? It's the really difficult heartbreak that we go through in our lives. And it is painful. It is not enjoyable. And this is what we have the strength to get through all of these things. Now, I'm not saying that the outcome is going to be the Three of Swords. What I am saying is all of the stuff that you've already been through is where you're pulling the strength from to keep continuing to get through it. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes complete sense.
Okay. And it's interesting. So I look back at this and I can see the journal and I can just hear Spirit say, are you continuing to document and write everything down that you need to write down?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, good.
There's just been there's more of a distance between us now than between the times that I see her. So,
okay.
And then my daughter, I don't know if you want me to tell you this or not, but she's due with twins within the next week.
Okay. So the next card that we have is the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords tells me, because swords are all about air. It's all the things that are in our brains, the things that we think about. It's all intellectual stuff. And so the Five of Swords shows me, again, we have that chaos, right? Things are up in the air. Some people are sad. Some people are happy. Other people are like, I don't know what's going on. So there's a lot of stuff that's happening in the background. And Spirit is showing it to me as though you have this desire to be included in all of it. And you're really being excluded. So you're the one that's crying at this point and not comfortable. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So what else do we have Spirit show us? Here we have more. So we have lots of pages. We have lots of cards that dropped out. We have a couple of pages which represent, so we have 2 pages. And those are all the younger, these would be the younger children that you're just discussing. So those 2 are being brought up. We also have the Nine of Wands. The Nine of Wands, if anybody's watching and can see the picture, the Nine of Wands is a female who's holding a wand and she looks like somebody has really beat her up, but good. And what this tells us, this Nine of Wands is telling us that we have been through so much. We have been beat up. We've been pushed around, but we're still here to tell the story. We are not backing down, and we're going to continue to fight the way that we need to fight. The other thing is we have the Nine of Swords, and the Nine of Swords is showing me, right? We have a lot of swords that are showing up for you because this is all the stuff that we're thinking. And the Nine of Swords tells me that I am not sleeping at night. I'm letting all of this kind of overtake my comfort level. I'm thinking about it all the time. Does that make sense?
I sleep pretty good at night, but I've been dreaming a lot more.
Okay. So the Nine of Swords is going to be indicative of, if you're sleeping well, it's going to be indicative of, we need to start trying to let go of some of it and not hold on to it, and know that Spirit's going to bring us what we need when we need it. And we have this Seven of Pentacles, and the Seven of Pentacles, even though it represents the financial stuff, the Seven of Pentacles to me very much means that we've planted all the seeds. Now all we have to do is wait. We have to wait and allow Spirit to begin the difficult transition between what is currently happening and what is going to happen. And I don't see it, the way that they're showing it to me is not that it's an easy transition, but it will happen. And you just have to wait and allow for all of these seeds to come to fruition, allow them to grow, allow them to do what you need them to do. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. I feel like Spirit's been telling me that for a while.
Yeah, and that's what the cards keep showing. So I don't disagree. I mean, and that's what they keep talking about. Is there a different question that you want to ask?
I still basically want to know if my granddaughter will be coming home to me. I mean,
okay.
I've had other readings. Okay.
I'm just shuffling the cards to see what we're getting. Come on, show me.
Can I ask you something else too while we're here?
Sure. I have just a few minutes left. Go ahead.
Okay. I basically would like to know, which I don't have no way to find out physically, but if there's the abuse still going on, and like what kind of relationship is really happening between my daughter and her husband and their family.
So I don't see it as though the abuse is still happening. And when I ask Spirit very clearly, what is she going to be able to come home? I get the Six of Cups, and the Six of Cups is about childhood, and there's a home in the background. And this is all about things from our childhood getting brought up. And so it took forever for that card to come out. So I just want you to trust in whatever Spirit is doing right now, because they're not giving me a very clear yes or a very clear no. So it's literally just sit and be patient and wait for all the things to come, even though I know it's not easy. But I did get, when I asked about the abuse, I got the Death card. And death is that transition, right? Things are different, things are changing. And it's not a physical death. It's just something is stopping, and then there's a rebirth. So thank you very much, Loretta, for joining the show. I appreciate you very, very much. And for anybody else who is watching, if you would like to book a one-to-one reading with me, you can go to marialeggett.com and click on Book with Me. And I would love to see you. I also have my soul group, which is open, and the registration is going to end May 31st. And I would love to see you in there to be able to teach you how to work with your spirit guides and how to connect with your own spirit team. Thank you very much.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, I'm LJ, and this is Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls. As they queue up, I thought I'd do a quick reading. I have in front of me a 3-card spread from the Celtic Messages Oracle deck by Jules Taylor. So in the past position, we have the dagger. And in this case, the client has been in a defensive position that required being mindful of both words spoken and actions taken. Possibly a dangerous position and care needed to be taken. In the present position, we have the salmon. And in this case, our client is an independent thinker. They have very unique viewpoints, and essentially they just need to consider their audience. There's a time and place to speak your truth. And that's the energy that's currently prevailing. In the future position, we have the moon, a beautiful card. We are currently in a growing moon phase. Full moon is 2 days from now, May 23rd, and the client will reach a state of peace and oneness and be able to hold that state for a while. So the reason why I went with the Oracle deck, the Celtic Messages Oracle deck, is not only do I love the imagery, but I also like the way that they have it organized. And I do see that we do have a live caller at Arshea in Chicago, Illinois. Hello, how are you?
Hello, LJ. How are you? So good to hear from you.
Oh, thank you. It's awesome to hear from you this day. How can I help?
LJ, would you be able to bring in a message from my beloved sister in spirit? Can I tell you her name?
You can. It's not exactly my skill set as a medium. I'm not quite there just yet. I'd feel better if you could ask me a question, and I would be happy to answer it about her based on the card.
Sure. So, okay. There is a little confusion about where we are going to be moving. Are we going back to our native land, or are we? Currently, I'm in Chicago. So, will I continue to stay in the U.S. and will I get an opportunity to work, or am I returning back to India?
Okay. Excellent question. What I would like to do to work with that question is let's take a look, just 3 cards, at what happens if you stay here if you stay there in Chicago. And
in U.S. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're in the U.S. And looking here, I can see why you have some concerns about staying there in Chicago, but it will. It looks like you might be going back, but I want to go through and read these cards for you individually. In the past position, I've got the Prince of Wands with Strength reversed, and in this case, this was an individual that you were needing to interact with that you were having some difficulties with. And those difficulties have progressed into the present with the Tower reversed. So there are some pretty big changes happening for you right now. And that is really giving you a sense of things being really rocky in your world. In the future position, you've got the 8 of Wands. And I would say that you're going to be considering this move back to India for a while yet. But I do believe that you're going to be going back. And the reason why I say that is you've got the 9 of Swords, the 10 of Wands reversed, and the Ace of Wands reversed in the future in the supportive positions. So with these difficulties that you're facing off with, there's a number of solutions, but none of them really appear to be a genuine solution for you. And so with the Ace of Wands reversed, I see you looking to make that return trip. Let's see what happens if you go back to India. And so I'll shuffle again here really quick. Returning to India. What happens with the return to India? So let's see here. Okay, all right. Yes, I do see you returning back to India, and I do think you're going to find things to be quite a bit more stable for you there. There's some new beginnings, not just for the young man that's been having difficulty, but I would say, are you currently married?
No.
No, okay. I've got the Queen of Wands, and I've got the King of Cups, and I've got the Ace of Pentacles. So the Queen of Wands, I believe to be you. The King of Cups is an emotion-based man, very positive with his emotions, very supportive. And this is a new business opportunity with the Ace of Pentacles. So this is either the person that you're going to be working with or somebody that you're going to be working for when you return to India. Now, to take this reading card by card, now that I jumped to the end, I'll tell you the middle. I have the Emperor reversed, and the Emperor reversed is about a very dogmatic, you're in a situation where in the past you've had to be very careful about how you go about things, and you had to do things in a certain way. In the present, you've got the 10 of Swords, and with the 10 of Swords, this is where you're fighting to make things happen. But if you look here at the picture, and I'll hold this up for you, hopefully you can, well, you're on the radio, you're not going to be able to see it just yet, but you will be able to when it becomes published on the TV. And the 10 of Swords is a man with a pair of swords defending a woman behind him. And she's in shackles, but her shackles are broken. So in essence, we have you fighting to make things happen, working really hard to get it together, but you have some options that you're not aware of just yet. And I think you're going to find those options becoming clearer within the next week. And then in the final position, in the future position with the Prince of Pentacles reversed and the Ace of Wands, that's where you're going to find that new beginning that you were looking at and being able to work with that young man. Do you have questions about what I've put down, or do you have any other questions for me?
Just to get an idea of the time frame, because right now I'm just like really struggling, also because of the loss of my sister. It's like so it's really difficult, and I really would love to know if there's anything positive that will help me move forward.
Okay, you do have good things coming to you. It's going to take a little bit of time. You're going to see some more clarity in this situation here in about a week, but I don't think that you're going to be moving back that quickly. It's just your clarity and your ability to make decisions is going to happen within a week. Looking here, pulling another card to get a time period sense for, okay. I was thinking about a month, and that is what the cards are showing me. It's going to take you about a month to get things organized, to be able to go back home. I would suggest that you start preparing for that move You already have been to a certain degree, but you're not quite ready yet. I would take action in carrying through so that you can go as quickly as you would like to go. This is going to happen. This will come together for you quickly in unexpected ways. So it's really best to be as prepared as possible for you. So it's going to seem really slow there for about a week. That clarity will come in, and things will begin to line up. And then all of a sudden, you're going to feel like you don't have enough time. So it'd be best to start taking that preparation now.
This is regarding the move, about not having enough time.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. So, I'm quite aware of the time frame. We have to move back, like you said, in a month. So we're going with that pretty much.
Okay. All right. Did you have another question for me?
I think that's pretty much okay. That's like really nice of you. It makes me feel better.
Oh, good. Let's see. I have a couple more minutes here that I can spend with you, that I can share with you. I could go ahead and I see. I have about 2 minutes left. So let's.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah.
So let's see. Were you interested in looking at a love relationship?
No, anything that would. No, I just like if there's anything that if there's a message for me from the universe, because that would make my struggle easier right now.
Okay, I'm changing decks. I'm going to just pull one card from the Celtic Messages deck, and I'm going to be needing to be very quick here. And so the card that's pulled for you is the Maypole, and I'm holding that up to the video now. You can see it later. There you go. I think that's a little clear. And so what the Maypole is telling me is that this is you're going to be coming into a period of celebration. And so even though things seem to be difficult now, hold on to that sense of the future coming to you with good things.
Okay. That ended with a nice note.
Thank you so much. I want to say our time together is coming to an end. Thank you for tuning in today.
Thank you. You're so wonderful. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. For your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com or message me at Ravengale Tarot. Until we talk again, my lovelies, may you and yours have the best of happiness. With thanks. Blessed be. A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello, live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or
online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening Television. We are also on Enlightening TV, like I said. But I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from the Texas area. And we are here every week on Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. And we try to debunk the skeptics a little bit. And we like to do that because we like to acknowledge that there are things that happen beyond the physical, and we like to acknowledge our psychic abilities. And we want you to know that we offer classes and we offer opportunities for people to learn about themselves. And we're also doing some astrology classes. And we're doing some mediumship classes. Those mediumship classes are tonight, and we'll be offering them again later in the year. So I hope that you'll stay tuned, and if you want to learn a little bit about that, or at least learn from a purist standpoint, then let me know, and we can get you signed up. Now, what do I mean about being a purist? I try not to use any tools. There's nothing wrong with using tools, and they're just fine. If that's what you want to do, if you want to tap into your psychic abilities with tarot or some other psychic divination tools, it's just fine. Whatever suits you, if it works for you, then great. But I like to do things strictly from my own abilities, and I like for my psychic fields, or if you want to say, get out there and be able to touch other people's energies and be able to peer into a situation without it being encumbered by a tool. Okay, so I today I wanted to kind of shift a little bit. I want to talk about a topic that comes up every once in a while. And before we get to our first caller, I want to just say a little bit about the paranormal. For me, the paranormal is a form of mediumship. And the reason why it's a form of mediumship is because it's sensing a presence beyond your personal space. And I'm maybe unique to that, I don't know, but it is a physical sensation, whether you feel another spirit or you smell them or you actually see them, hear them. It's quite common that there's a manifestation around you, or maybe in what they would call a haunted house or something, and you want to know what's going on here. You know, now they have machines that can pick up spirits or ghosts, if you want to call them, and it's just fine. I'm not a member of any paranormal groups or anything, but sometimes you'll find that there may be something in your home that you don't want. And recently, I did a reading for a lady who had a male spirit in her home, and she didn't want him there. And so I tried to pick up on it, and I picked up that it was an uncle that had problems in his life, and she acknowledged that she did have an uncle that had some major issues, and so sometimes that happens. Sometimes an ancestor will come along and be a pest, and or they may have unfinished business, and we don't want them to be there. You know, they had their chance here in the living, and this is our time, and so it's perfectly appropriate to ask them to leave, or if you need to, make them leave. So, there's ways to do that. But there's other things that you need to know. This lady also had a room full of antiques and old paintings, and there was paranormal activity in that room, and it scared her. She would hear growling sounds and things like that, and oftentimes that happens. when there are older objects, there's imprints on those objects that serve as door openers to spirit. And we want to make sure that those spirits are not there to cause us any kind of trouble. Okay, so as we go through the show, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Now, some people also talk about being spiritually attacked, and it's a serious matter, and it's something that I feel like if you are spiritually attacked, you need to know how to deal with it. Sometimes when our energy is low, or we have been depressed or even sick, sometimes there are things that come around us that scare us. And that's not good. That's not good. But there are ways to take care of that. And after I speak to our first caller here, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But if you have questions about that, please feel free to email me at john@johncapello.com. If I can answer your questions, I will. But let's go to Bobby in Boyers, Pennsylvania. So Bobby, are you there?
Yes.
How are you today?
Oh, hot.
Hot, okay. We're used to that here in Texas. I think it's going to be 90. I don't know. No, it's 87 right now. But Bobby, and I pick up that you've been angry. There's been something that you've been angry about lately?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Is this, are you angry with a man or a father or a husband? Yes, okay. I'm sorry. Well, it seems to me that you're kind of at an impasse. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, when you're at an impasse, sometimes you just have to kind of mark some time, give people a little bit of space. Now, what is your birth sign?
Pisces.
Pisces, okay. Well, I don't know if you've listened or watched the program before, but I talk a lot about astrology, and I talk a lot about Saturn being in Pisces right now, and right now it's affecting the mutable signs. So Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces often are there. A lot of them are experiencing some relationship issues. So did you say this was your husband?
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend, okay. So you're not living with him, are you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you wanting him to leave?
No, it's his house.
Pardon me? It's his house. Okay. So are you wanting to leave?
Sometimes,
you're wanting to leave. Yeah. Well, it feels like he's been. It feels like he's been mean to you. Feels like he's been bullying you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Bobby, you put yourself in kind of a vulnerable situation, and when someone invites you to live in their home, and then they start being mean to you, you got to say, "Hey, buddy, I moved here hoping that we would have a life together, and you didn't say you're going to be mean to me." Is that about right?
Yep.
Okay. So Bobby, I feel like you have kind of put yourself in a vulnerable situation, and this is something that I don't feel it's going to change anytime, immediately. But it does feel like there's a distance between the two of you, and that distance is something that I'm kind of worried about. I don't know. Do you have any kind of relationship with him to where you can talk to him about this?
No, I do. Somewhat. It's just that he's a big drinker. That's what his problem is.
He's a big drinker?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of at a loss. Do you have a question for me here? Because it's like I say, I don't know if he drank when you moved in with him and you knew that or what, but it just feels like this is a very, very stressful situation, and it feels like you're getting kind of tired of it. Does that make sense?
Yep, I am.
Okay. So I don't feel like right now you're ready to leave, but that may change here in the near future. And when it does, you're going to have to find your own space or find another roommate or find another place where you can move your stuff, because it's difficult to live with someone who's a heavy drinker and who's mean. I mean, that's not good. So,
No.
So I'm not sure how I can help you today, but do you have a question for me?
I really just wanted to see, like, if my son was okay because he died. And I just
Your
wanted
son
to know if
died?
he was okay. Yeah, my son.
Your son
Yeah.
recently died? Okay. I'm sorry about that. So it's all in that Saturn thing. Lots of things are happening to Pisces right now, and so I'm sorry about that. The predominant energy about you was this relationship, but your son passing away was there an illness, or there wasn't anything drug related, was it?
No, it was a girlfriend. He got murdered over a girl.
He got what with a girl?
Got murdered over a girl.
He got murdered. Okay, murdered. Okay, because I felt like he was killed. Okay, but I thought it was maybe drugs or something. But he didn't come in right away, and usually when someone doesn't come in right away, there's unusual circumstances. So there's anger around that as well for you. But I feel like your son, I wish we had more time to go through this, but your son he's okay. He's still trying to process things. That's what it looks like to me. And now, she didn't kill him in self-defense or anything, did she?
What's that?
She didn't kill him in self-defense, did she?
She didn't do it, and the other guy did it. The guy he caught her with.
Oh, that he caught her with. Okay. So he was being aggressive toward them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So they're claiming self-defense. Because what he's kind of doing this to me, he's kind of hitting his chest. It's like, it's my fault. I should have left, and she wasn't worth it. But he wants you to know he loves you and that he's okay, and that he says that he had suspected her of not being faithful. And there is still something about drugs. I don't know what it is, but it's something about that. But she just was.
She was on drugs really bad.
She what?
She was on drugs really bad.
She was on drugs really bad. Okay. And the new guy probably was either her supplier or did them with her. Okay, because she doesn't seem to have much of self-esteem in her world. But I'm sure sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry that you're going through this difficulty in your personal space. But you can make changes and make plans for a better life. But it's just when you're ready to do that. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. Okay. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay. So before we go to our next caller, I want to talk a little bit about spirits again and what to do. A lot of times when spirits are around us, we have to raise the energy. And we have to raise the energy around us. Now, if it's with us, sometimes walking, exercise, getting this depression that we may have under control so that we don't feel like we're spiritually attacked. Some people wear blue. You know, there's times when you might be driving around and you see a house that's blue. Well, and a lot of times in the Hispanic culture, they'll paint a house blue to keep away evil spirits, you know. So blue has some type of I guess a repelling action for spirits that shouldn't be around you. You can get some crystals. You can have an amethyst, or you can have black tourmaline or obsidian or kyanite, which is blue. And these are things to help protect you. You can sage a room. If you do, you might want to open the windows, then close them, and then replace that energy with something like sweetgrass. Or play just really good music or happy music to replace it. Because if you don't replace that energy that you cleared, then guess what? They can come back. And we don't want to do that. Now, in the pagan rituals, a lot of times they'll get a little mirror, a small mirror, and they'll put it on their front door to kind of keep away evil spirits. And I don't know if in your area, but in my area, sometimes you'll see one of those like a stainless steel bulb that's stuck in the yard. You know, it's like a globe, and that can be a way of keeping away evil spirits. So it's kind of a subtle way of the homeowner to say, stay away from here, you know. so that's an interesting thing that people do. There's lots of ways to keep away evil spirits, and people sometimes just keep the light on in a room. Now, if you have a room that's a vortex, move the furniture around, okay? And never have mirrors that face one another, because that becomes a raceway. There's lots of activity that can happen there. You can create that vortex, and so we want to make sure that you're safe, and we want to make sure that you're not bothered, and when you're trying to get some rest. And these are spirits that need to move on, and yes, they need healing. You can send them healing, but if they won't accept it, then they still need to move on. So with that, let's go to our next caller. We have Janine in Ossining, New York. I believe that's right. Janine, are you there?
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
Janine. How are you?
Good.
Can
How
you hear
are
me?
you?
Fine.
Okay.
Janine, have you just had a recent loss?
You mean a death?
Yeah, has there been is there anything going on with you and your mother?
My mom is alive.
Okay, but is there anything going on with her? Have you had any problems with her or anything?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's the loss then. It's kind of the loss of your, that friendship or that bond. Do you have a question for me? Okay, go ahead.
Me?
Yes. Do you have a question?
Will it get better? Will it get repaired?
Well, for me, it feels like you're a little more willing than she is. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Because like I said, I think you're just terribly hurt over this. I think you're just so sad. I mean, just in your voice, it's just sadness. I want my mom in my life, and that's a good thing to want your mother in your life. But I think you just need to give her some time. I think she's going to slowly thaw. It seems to me that is mom trying to control you or dictate what you should do in your life, even though you're an adult?
Yes.
Okay. Well, because that's kind of what pardon me?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It just seems like, sometimes parents, they got to learn that they got to learn to let go and learn to allow young people to be adults and be independent, because sometimes parents still think they know what's best, and sometimes they do, but but you have the right to your own life, and you have the right to live the life that you want to live now that you're an adult. So she's going to have to learn to respect that and set that boundary. You're going to have to set that boundary with her. So so with that, pardon me?
I try, but we have completely different beliefs, morals, anything you could think of is the opposite. And we have to rely on each other. And it's just hard when someone, feels a certain way about you. And then after a while, it's like it takes a toll and you no longer feel the same you used to either. So it's sad.
I understand. Well, it's going to have to be loving your mother once removed, or remove all those issues. And I think you could do it easier than mother for some reason, but even though you have differences, you still have to have that mother-daughter relationship. And but it's going to just give her some time, because have you rejected? Is your mother a religious person or what?
I mean, we both believe in the same, God, but we don't go to church or anything. I mean, we pray. We both pray. I don't know how much information you want me to give you.
No, I don't want a lot of information, because it's getting the detail. It's not going to be. It just feels like you said, same different morals, different spiritual beliefs, different ways of doing things, and you're a person of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're just a person of a different time, a different generation, and for some reason she feels that you need to maybe step back and look at what she has to offer. I right now I just don't see a compromise. I don't see you willing to change your beliefs, and I don't see her willing to change. And so that's why I say, you still have to learn to love your mother. And she has to learn to love her daughter, even though you have disagreements. So I just feel like marking some time.
We have to be around each other constantly, which makes it even harder.
Yeah. Well, it's always be courteous to her, and just every once in a while say, "Mom, I love you," and that's going to kind of take the edge off. Okay.
And I do say that, and I don't get a reply sometimes, and it's hurtful.
Well, it is hurtful, and you just have to keep trying, and because I wish I don't have a magic wand. I can't. I do have a magic wand, but I don't really use it. But but you're just going to have to mark some time here, and pray that this that she thaws, so to speak. So I'm sorry you're having trouble, but it came very quickly that you were having trouble and you feel a loss around your mother. So that's
the grudges are always held against me, regardless if I was a victim or not. Anything that turned out a certain kind of way, they hold me responsible. It's like I'm everybody's scapegoat in my family, and everyone just doesn't give me the credit, or they just hold on to the bad and don't see the good. And then when something is not my fault, they just overlook it like it's not a big deal, like when it is a serious deal. Like,
well, there's a lot of dysfunction in families, and you're just going to have to set an example and do things in a positive way, and hope that it gets better. Otherwise, you may have to break off on your own some way or another. But Janine, I'm going to have to go. I've got only a couple more minutes left in the program. But hang in there, and I certainly will send you some positive energy. Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. So the show goes so quickly. We try to have a little bit of a short topic to talk about, and today I wanted to talk a little bit about the paranormal. But I also want to tell you that I'm getting ready to take a short trip to Houston. I'll be back in time for the show next week. And next month, I've got lots of things going on, and I'll be here every Tuesday. And be sure to go to our sponsor's website, miraclesofjoy.net, and use the promo code PSO223, and you can get a discount on anything that you purchase there. If I can be of service to you, please email me at john@johncapello.com. I've always got something going on. And if you want to join some of the classes we have, just let me know. So with that, we want to start to sign off and let you know that we have a great show with Amanda Hall next here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. So I hope you'll tune into her and hear what she has to say, because she's always very insightful. So thank you very much for joining me today. You've been a great audience. I hope that I was able to give you some kind of insight and show you a little bit about how psychic ability works. So with that, take care. I'm John Capello, and this is The Psychic Side. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an amazing week it is around this planet of ours. No matter where you are, I'm sure you're having a great time. For us here in Australia, it's just started to get really cold and it's the start of winter and I don't particularly like that. So for all of you Northerners, I'm really jealous that you're moving into warmer weather. Just send some down here for me. So anyway, this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is a very ambiguous card, and a lot of my students used to freak when they used to see this card. It's called the Death card. It means under no circumstances that you are dying. You are certainly not going to be leaving the planet anytime soon. It is a card that says death of situation or endings in your life. So when we have endings, change and transformation in our life, it's always followed by new beginnings. So I look at this card in a very, very positive way. If this card comes out in a reading or comes out over several days in a reading, it's indicating that your life is about to change. Anything that has been holding you down, weighing you down, things that you've been trying to bring to a completion, that you've been working hard on, or things that you just want to be gone in your life, this is the card that we're looking for. It says that it is coming to a completion. It's an end, it's a change, and it will be followed by new beginnings. And sometimes we don't really appreciate that in our lives, that sometimes for new things to come in, we have to make way for it. If we just kept everything in our lives, how cluttered would our lives be? Imagine when your children are little and their toy box becomes overflowing. What does mum do? She goes through the toy box and has a little eradication process, and that makes way for new toys to become favourites. Well, this is how you've got to look at your life. Your life is like a toy box. We need to empty it out every now and then, or take some items out so that we can bring more in. So this is a very, very positive card. So for anybody that's been looking to bring transformation into their life, this is the card for you. So this week we have, quite an interesting sort of area that we're going to move into now. It's called astrology. And each week I like to sort of focus on, it's like a Polaroid snapshot for those of you that are old enough to remember what a Polaroid photo was. You used to be able to take a photo and it popped out the end. It was instantaneous. It was revolutionary. Today we take them on our phone. So it's like taking a Polaroid snapshot of where the planets are sitting just prior to the show. And I like to do that just prior to the show because then it's the most up-to-the-minute report that I can give you. So I don't sit down and break down the 12 signs and what you're going to be going through each week. I'll give you a snapshot of what's actually happening. I'll tell you which signs it's affecting and the ones that it's affecting the most. So we're going to kick the astrology section off with saying happy birthday to all the Geminis. The sun's just gone into Gemini, so it's your time of the year to shine. It's your time to celebrate. It's your time to party and have a good time. So the sun moving into Gemini, to me, always signals that, we're nearly almost at the halfway point in the year, in the calendar year. And it's an exciting time because for all the 12 signs, it means it's a time to sort of stop, take, look and listen. Let's take a little bit of stock of how much have we achieved in this last 5 months since the beginning of the year. Have we been able to really sort of move forward with the things that we want to move forward with in our lives? Are we really sort of on target for our New Year's resolutions? That seems such a long time ago, but the things that we set down that we wanted to achieve in this year. So we're 5 months into it. We're over the third mark. So we're heading into the halfway mark. So we need to sort of reassess where we're heading in that way. So happy birthday to all the Geminis. So it's a really exciting time of the year for them because it's their time to shine. Now I'm going to be focusing now on the Taurus section of the chart because we have 3 planets here that are sitting together or holding hands, or what's known in astrological terms as a conjunction. So this will predominantly affect Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns and the opposite sign of Scorpio. For the rest of the remaining 8 signs, it just washes over you more gently. It doesn't affect you in quite the same dramatic, definite sort of way as it does of those 4 signs that I spoke about. So Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. Uranus is like a bolt of lightning. Uranus comes along and it stirs things up. So you need to be very, very careful in this next 7 days that what you send out to the universe that you actually want to happen, because Uranus comes along and says, oh, great, you said you don't like your job anymore, bang, gone. And you didn't mean that. You just meant you were having a bad day. You didn't particularly like it today. You didn't mean you wanted it gone forever. So be very, very careful of the statements that you make. Uranus is conjunct or holding hands Venus, which is the planet of love and affection, or where we look for in our chart the things that give us pleasure. Now, Venus actually rules the sign of Taurus, so Venus feels very, very comfortable here. So it's a time for particularly Taurians to really feel at comfort in their own home, you know, to feel comfortable in their lives, to sort of maybe treat themselves to a special little treat, you know, or buy something that's going to put a smile on their face. Mind you, don't spend too much money, because we know Tauruses don't like to part with their hard-earned cash. But it's a time that you can reward yourself. It's also a time for those that might be seeking love to look in different places, because, as I said, with Uranus here, the bolt of lightning, things coming out of the blue, things happening out of nowhere, it's a time that we sort of step out of our comfort zone a bit if you're looking for love. Now, this applies to the whole 12 signs. Don't just keep putting your feet in the same places that you normally go to. You know, if you want to get a new relationship or find love in your life, you've got to step out of your comfort zone a bit. And Uranus here can help that. I'm not saying it's going to guarantee to fix the whole world's love problems, but it's certainly going to create opportunities for those that are prepared to step out of their comfort zone and be open to new suggestions or open to new types of people entering their lives, and one of those may turn out to be somebody special. So it's a time to sort of go to places that are connected to the earth as well, because we're sitting in Taurus at the moment. So that includes things like restaurants, art galleries, jewelry shows, fashion parades, anything that's got a creative or a foodie type flair to it. And that brings in lots of things. I mean, you know, we think of earth and we think of tractor shows, and we think of, you know, outdoor fairs and things that might have a slant towards farming or the environment or anything along those lines, because don't forget, it is in Taurus. So we're looking at earthy, sort of practical, down-to-earth sort of things. That doesn't rule out things like going to a trade fair that might be on interior design, because that comes under that too. So, you know, step out into some different areas. The final conjunction here, or the holding hands, is Jupiter, the planet of expansion, of opportunity and luck. So for those of you that might be wanting to expand or hopefully start up a new business or create more income, this is the perfect lineup for this. But it's got to be something that you're passionate about. It's not something that you take up because, you know, oh, it'll earn me some extra money, I'll go and be an Uber driver, but I hate driving. Well, that's not necessarily going to bring you the joy and necessarily bring you the financial rewards either, because your heart and your soul won't be in it. It needs to be something practical. It needs to be something that you love to do, and it needs to be something that not everybody's going to make $1 million out of or £1 million out of. We have to look at something that sort of might just make your heart sing, and you make a few little bits of money along the side, you know, and that's enough to sort of to gain the reward out of all your hard efforts. So just be aware of that. It's a time of great opportunity. So to recap on the Taurus section, things can happen very suddenly. Make sure you're very passionate about what you're doing, and make sure that you're putting yourself in places where opportunities can roll in the door for you too. But don't forget, anywhere we find Jupiter in the chart, also we can find expanding waistlines. So be a little bit careful if you've got a sweet tooth, because Taurus does really like to indulge a little bit in the sweeter side of life, and also likes the rich, heavy, concentrated foods that tend to be calorie driven. So we're going to move on to another area of the chart now, known as the North Node. Now, the North Node is not actually a planet. It's where we look for what we are all aspiring to achieve in our lives. Now, at the moment, the North Node is actually sitting in Aries. So this is going to affect the fire signs, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, the opposite sign being Libra, but it is going to wash over the other remaining 8 signs as well. So when we have the North Node, it's trying to show us what we're aspiring to or what we're trying to achieve. Now, with it conjunct or holding hands, Mars is the planet of action. Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed every morning and say, you know, this is what I've got to try and achieve for the day, is conjunct or holding hands Chiron. Now, Chiron is not a planet. Chiron is where we look for in a chart where we might be wounded, where we might need healing, something that we might have brought in from a previous lifetime. For those of you that believe in reincarnation, and I certainly do, that we've all been here before and we'll probably all be coming back again, we all come here with lessons to learn. And some people sort of look and say, oh, that person's had an easy life. Well, they might be this time, but you don't know what they've been through in previous lifetimes that got them to this point, that maybe they've done their karmic lessons, they've learnt their lessons, and this time round life is meant to be a bit easier because that is their reward. So where we find this configuration in a chart, we're aspiring towards trying to improve our lives, to make our lives better. And we're doing this with drive and determination, but we're also trying to heal ourselves at the same time. Now, I know I've been working a lot with fire sign people this year, and a lot of them have been saying to me, a lot of things have been coming back into their mind of their past, things that they thought that they had dealt with and processed and really let go of years ago. And they're asking the question, but why is this coming back, Amanda? It's not saying that you haven't completed the lesson or you didn't do the due diligence at the time or you didn't process it or you didn't let go of it. What it's showing you is it's like a slideshow. It's like bringing it in on a PowerPoint presentation, and to bring it up to modern terms, and sort of showing you that glimpse of, okay, that's what happened then. This was what you had to do, and that was the result, and we let it go. And it's just showing you how far you've come. It's not necessarily saying you haven't done the work or you haven't done the processing or learnt the lessons from it. It's showing you sort of almost like from birth to now, how far you've progressed and how you got to this point, the lessons that you had to learn in a PowerPoint presentation going flick, 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 flick. So these are very positive things. So the more that that's actually happening, the better it is, because it means that your life is really on cue for some major changes or some major turning points coming up, and hopefully they will be rewards because of all the hard work that you've done. So don't look at that in a negative. Look at that very much in a positive and say to yourself, gee, I'm lucky then that, okay, if I'm getting these sort of little slideshows or PowerPoint presentations periodically, day or night, that means that I'm right on cue for where I need to be. And sometimes it can still feel overwhelming. Sometimes it can drag up emotions that we thought we'd been able to process or deal with, particularly if it's connected with the passing of a loved one or a friend or somebody we were close to. And we don't sort of understand why all of a sudden this overwhelming emotion can almost take us back to the beginning point of when that tragedy occurred. And that's also very healing, because it means that even though we found a comfortable place to put those memories, to put those emotions, that we are still human and we can still sort of tear up, even if it is 40 years later. There's no timetable on how long we grieve for or how long we keep somebody close to us just because they've departed the planet and they're not able to sit down and have a cup of coffee with us doesn't mean that they've left us. And sometimes it's also their way of sort of showing you that they're around too. So don't look at it on a negative. If the tears start rolling down your face for somebody that's no longer here with us in the physical, it's okay. We're all human. We're allowed to experience these emotions. I mean, I have them from time to time as well. Nobody's immune to this sort of thing. And I think as the older we get, the more we understand how precious life is and how precious the ones that, are in our lives. We should keep them close. We should, try and make every day as if it's our last, because we never know when it is our last day. So, that's my message for the week is, hold your loved ones pretty close to you, because you never know how long we've got them for. So finally, I'm going to wrap up with Neptune in Pisces. Now, Neptune's been in Pisces for quite some time now, and Neptune does actually rule Pisces. But when a planet's getting near the end of its run in a sign, or just entering the new one, this is when the energy is really at its most intense, because it's like, in the case of Neptune, it's like I've only got a limited amount of time to get in there and finalise the lessons that I wanted to teach everybody while I was in Pisces before I move into Aries. Now, Pisces, this will affect Pisces, Cancer and Scorpios. The opposite sign of Pisces is Virgo. It'll just wash over the other 8 signs. Now, it's really important here with Neptune entering the last degree of Pisces. This also means it's the final sign of the zodiac before he moves into a brand new 360-degree cycle of moving into Aries. So at the moment, we are being asked to dig deep into our souls to make sure that there's nothing there that we're hiding from ourselves, trying to deceive or cheat somebody else out of, or trying to just be not a nice person. It's asking us to be kind, it's to be expansive, to be generous, to sort of treat other people as we want to be treated ourselves. Neptune in Pisces can be, an delusionary sort of thing. It can also be that, finally we come out of the dark tunnel into the bright light, but it's also a very creative energy as well. So, a lot of singers and songwriters and artists and things like that around the world have really reveled in Neptune in Pisces because their creative juices have been flowing and flowing more so than they have done in years. So it doesn't mean when Neptune moves into Aries, all of a sudden that all shuts down and nobody ever writes another song. It just means it'll go into a different energy. So enjoy it while it's there for its last little, hurrah in Pisces, because it's important that we understand and we work with these energies before they move on. We've also still got Pluto's just started its dance through Aquarius. I mean, there's a lot of conjecture about how Pluto's really going to unfold in Aquarius over the next so many years. It's still very sort of unknown. Pluto's going retrograde at the moment, so he's having a sort of a little bit of a dance backwards at the moment. His energy will probably seem to be a little bit less powerful at the moment because he will slip back into Capricorn for a little while there, but we'll talk about that when it comes a little bit closer. But Pluto is really, his role is to go in and teach us things. It's slow, deliberate, definite, and the lessons learnt by Pluto are never forgotten. So when you're looking at Pluto's just entered a sign like Aquarius, and the Aquarian energy is that I know everything, just ask me, I'll tell you. They sometimes can get a bit too fixed and a little bit too rigid in the way that they look at things. So it's going to be really difficult here for Aquarians particularly to understand how this energy is going to work, that Pluto's going to come in and he's going to try and transform their lives over a number of years. It's not going to be a sudden, deliberate, definite thing unless you're a very, very early Aquarian. It's going to be a very slow process. You're going to find that your thinking's going to change over time. You may change your mind on how you view things, how you look at things. You may even find that you'll, take up different study or dress differently or do something completely different. And that's okay because that's Pluto coming in and slowly and deliberately sort of bringing some positive changes to your life. Some people will find it really uncomfortable and really difficult and want to fight it. That's not necessarily the answer. The lessons I've learned over the years in astrology is don't fight it, go with it. The more you fight it or the more you think you've got a handle on it, the more the planets will show you that you don't actually have all the answers at all, that the answers are yet to come. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology section. We're going to talk to Heather in Memphis in Tennessee. Are you there, Heather?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Am I able to have that long of a reading too? That was a long reading.
I'll do my very best, Heather. What's your question, sweetie?
Thank you. 12/21/87, 8:39 a.m. Memphis, Tennessee born. I'm calling about. Do you need that or not?
Not in the short time I've got on the show, but that's really helpful, Heather. What's your question, sweetie?
Okay, no problem. I'm calling about a relationship thing. Somebody got dated 5 years ago. We're kind of trying to try it again. Mm-hmm. I'm healing a lot too, but it's not alcohol related. He's going back and forth with like addiction and stuff with alcohol. That's all. I'm pretty sure it's just alcohol. And we really got into it. I fought back. I didn't fight physically, but the way he spoke to me, I went over there to try to talk to them, and his family was really irate towards me. And I was like, look, he owes me a conversation after that. After he told me this for no reason, then he accused me of something that he did 5 years ago. I said, of course I told your family. You're lucky I didn't file a police report on you. You should be thanking me. I mean, what is going on here? Why is he treating me like this? And is he just, what does he feel? Like, this isn't fair to me. Like, I feel like, I told him, I said, you wouldn't have gotten a job if I didn't come back. You haven't worked in like 5 years per what you said, if that's even true. Because I'm starting to think that he's telling me certain things that, I mean, I don't know. But, and that's what I get, like...
Yeah, darling, look, it's always hard when you try and reconnect with somebody that's from your past, because 9 times out of 10, nobody's really learnt the lessons of why the relationship came to an end. And this is a classic case of it. You know, you've done the work on yourself. You know, you hopefully have sort of worked through your
Well, not enough, because the way I reacted was, I mean, but it was upsetting. Like, I don't let people do me that way. I just don't. Nobody does that to me anymore. I don't let it happen. Maybe before. And it's funny you were talking about Neptune and Pisces. I've got that 12th house placement. I've got a lot of 12th house placements. So.
Okay, so if you've got a lot of 12th house placements, that means you've got a lot of hidden stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's calming.
Yeah, but I've done through a lot of spiritual awakenings too in my twin flame died last year.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. But what I'm trying to say to you is not everything that, you know, you've done is necessarily a bad thing. Just because you reacted to the way he treated you, that doesn't mean you've regressed. What that means in my simple terms is the fact that you're now no longer, you're not going to allow somebody to speak to you or treat you in that fashion. You've drawn a line in the sand and said, this is not acceptable. Okay, look, maybe you've said a few things that you wish you could retract or whatever. Look, I don't think he's done the work that he claims he's done on himself. This is one of those classic cases where he's done it in his mind but hasn't physically done the hard work. He thinks he has. When you're dealing with somebody that has an addiction problem, whether it's alcohol, drugs, sex, doesn't matter what the addiction is, it still comes down to the same basic things. Unless they get some professional help and learn how to manage it, and it is like a disease, unless you learn how to manage it, you can't just sort of say, oh, I've stopped drinking or I've stopped doing this and then next week I can go and have a drink and it's okay. It doesn't work that way. There's a lot of steps involved in this. Look, I appreciate that the two of you want to sort of explore the potential of getting back together again and trying to reignite this relationship. The thing is, you've got to sort of look at the whole picture. You know, here he is, he's not happy that you told his family about an incident. Okay, maybe you shouldn't have, maybe you did. You know, what does it matter? It's done, it's been done. They shouldn't be sort of judging you because you two have had an argument and taking his side. You know, I mean, I appreciate they're his family and they should stick up for him, but they really shouldn't be sticking their nose in your business as you two as a couple unless invited. So I think there's got to be some real definite boundaries here that have got to be set and they've got to be agreed together. You know, it can't just you set the boundaries and he says, well, that's okay for you, but I don't agree with them. You've got to set them together. It's really difficult when a relationship comes to an end. It's really difficult to go back and try and mend it unless you really get to the bottom of the issues of why the relationship came to an end. I always look at relationships like a cup. You can break a cup and you can glue it back together again, but you can always see where the cracks have been. It's never perfect again. And this is the same thing with relationships. Unless you're prepared to both get some professional help and get some counselling and sort of look at the things that brought this relationship to an end at the beginning, then the chances of you getting back together again are, yeah, okay, you can get back together again 50 times, but the chances of it working out are probably remote and none because we haven't actually worked through the problems together and found some solutions and set some honest boundaries and then work together as a couple. He seems to be reaching out to you because he's looking to you to be his lifeline is what I'm picking up. You're looking at him and saying, I still love you. I still believe I can fix you. They're not good reasons to go back into a relationship, particularly if you don't get some professional help. I think it's something that the two of you are going to have to really sit down and discuss and look at it. I think we need to let some of the emotions settle down, Heather, and, you know, things will seem a lot easier then. I'm not saying that I think this relationship is made in heaven because I don't believe it is. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm not saying that it can't be done. So that's where we're going to leave Heather now. And we're going to talk with Cindy in London, in Ontario, in Canada. Are you there, Cindy?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Very good. Thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetheart?
I would just, I'm sure you get this asked a million times, but I would like to know if my financial situation will finally iron out and be stable so I can basically outlive the rest of what's left of it at 57.
Oh, darling, at 57, you're still a young spring chicken, so hopefully you've got another 30 or 40 or 50 years ahead of you. I mean, it's not a death sentence now at 57, that's for sure. Yeah, it is a question I get asked often. I mean, it's probably the second most important question next to love. And what I'm sort of seeing is the changes that you've made and the things that you've done in your life. You've been working towards this slowly but surely in very definite steps of shoring up your finances. So I want to say well done to you, and here's a packet of gold stars for your effort, because you really, really have worked hard towards it. I think sometimes though, Cindy, I think you get a little bit too... You hold on to money a little bit too tightly. And I'm not saying go out and spend everything you've got. I don't mean that. But I think sometimes you've got to loosen those purse strings a little bit, particularly if you see something and you think, oh, gee, that'd be really nice. Oh, that's frivolous. That's silly. Sometimes we've got to buy ourselves that little frivolous, silly thing, because it shows the universe that we are prepared to sort of let go of some of that money, that we're not hanging on to it too tightly, that, and then more can come in. Sometimes I think we hang on to it a little bit too much. I have a best girlfriend who rings me occasionally and says, oh, I've gone out and I've just done such and such. And I say, well, you needed to buy that new dining room suite, didn't you? And I can justify it for her, and she feels so much better. And she says, oh, well, I'll worry about the credit card bill next month. And that's the sort of thing sometimes you've got to do, because it keeps the money flowing. Money shouldn't stop. We shouldn't dam it. But to answer your question, yes, look, I think you're going to have more than enough finances there to live your life comfortably, not do stupid things, but to live your life comfortably and still have a few treats along the way. And I think it's time to sort of open yourself up to the universe and say, I really do deserve this. I really do deserve a comfortable life where I'm not stressed out all the time how I'm going to pay the bills and all those sort of things, and reward yourself every now and then with a little treat, even if it is only something frivolous or silly or something that, makes your heart sing. And that's good. We all need some joy in our lives as well too. There's no point in going to your grave a millionaire and have a miserable life. Life is to be lived. It's to be enjoyed. And every single day, I think we need to find something that can put a smile on our face, because, that's really important, and that helps money flow in too. I'm cautious with money, but I'm not stupid with it either. And, you've got to buy yourself something or treat yourself to something every now and then, because that keeps the money flowing in the door. But I know that you're going to do very, very well, Cindy. And, there's a couple of little things I think you've been putting off buying for the home, and I think now's the time to sort of start looking at those or working towards those sort of goals, so that you feel then that you've got a sense of achievement. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave Cindy. It's always very interesting when we've got, relationships come back into our lives from the past and things like that. And, we don't know whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. And it's, for another day to talk about karmic relationships and how they can sort of keep coming back and biting us, or come back to have another little session with us. It's like going to the movies and seeing the same picture over and over and over again before we're satisfied. And that's a little bit like karmic relationships. This week I want to leave you with a song that was really popular here in Australia, and for the rest of the world, I know you've probably never heard this song, and I'd like you to sort of look it up on your device and listen to the words of this song. It's by a man called Jeff St. John. And he's in a wheelchair, and he was very motivational in the way that he wrote songs and the lyrics that he wrote. And the song I'm going to leave you with this week is called Teach Me How to Fly. And it's a very motivational song, he's asking someone to teach him how to get to where he wants to be in his life. And I think it's a very appropriate song for most of us, that we're all trying to achieve something, that we need to have some positive upliftment in our lives, no matter whether it's our finances or whether we're looking to go back to a previous relationship, or we're just struggling to get through our week. Not every week is a perfect week. We all have things that crop up from time in our lives that we need to deal with. But the most important thing is put a smile on your dial and hold those that are close to you very close to you, because you never know when they're going to be gone. So until next week, bye for now.
Back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Terry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV,
A1R Radio, and I am here to answer your deepest, darkest questions. I'm sitting here staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. So while I'm waiting, we're going to do two things. I'm going to talk a little about the upcoming new moon, and then I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like